the new Modus Super Series champion.
Yes! What a finish!
The silencer, Jeff Smith! And it is that shot wins week 6. Maximum checkout. He's done it.
Good morning, here we go again. The history of the Modus Super Series is inscribed all over these walls. This littler chap wasn't too bad. And we go again once again. Series 12 is about to get underway. In the previous 11 series, we've seen 10 different champions, and it was that man there, Jeff Smith, who climbed to the Super Series summit in Series 11. We go again. 13 weeks worth of action will determine our final champion of 2025. Here we go once again. It was the silencer who made the big noise in Series 12. In Series 11, Jeff Smith looking to retain his title in Series number 12 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Well, in football, it's transfer deadline day, and we've managed to get the contract extension of Paul Nicholson over the line. Great to see you once again for another series. And look, we've got another entertaining one ahead of us. It's the last one of the year, the final series of 2025. So you'd think that the players should be reaching the peak of their performances at this time of the year.
Yeah, I was saying this at the end of Series 11 because people have had plenty of time in 2025 to get their game in gear. And if it isn't in good shape at this point, you've got license to worry. This is where you really need to kick on, because if you don't win something like a weekly title or a series before the end of the year, you've got to ask the questions, am I in the right form to go forward at the start of 2026?
Well, it's been a busy few days here at the Live Lounge. Saturday, the Republic of Ireland picked up the International Pairs Trophy. They got the better of Wales by 4-1 in the final. Wales losing both of the finals in the pairs competition. John O'Shea and Conor Heenahan picking up the honours for Ireland, sealed with a kiss. Yesterday, it was the influencer event, and it was Cole Anderson's team that picked up the title in a Ryder Cup-esque format. He got a medal around his neck, and he deserves a medal for being Owen Binks' mate. But that was how the influencer event went down yesterday. But of course, they're all eyeing up this man and trying to chase this man down. Jeff Smith, the Canadian who picked up the title in Series 11, getting the better of Jimmy Van Schie in the final. That 1-2-6 checkout being missed on the ball for Jimmy, and Jeff taking out the 18, splitting it. But he is a player that for many years has been at the sharp end of the sport, and that felt like a real major breakthrough for him, that title win.
Yeah, it felt that way, didn't it? Because there'd been a lot talked about coming into the Champions Night about how everybody's career had been categorised by being a runner-up. But now when Jeff returns, we can say that he's won this before. And that's a nice feeling, because it actually takes pressure off. He's going to be defending champion until he plays again. But the fact that he's won it now, it does take pressure away, because the worst case scenario is, I've already won it. So going to do it again, he will feel more ready than ever. And it's a really nice way to kick off his middle part of the year, because he's going to be busy between the, now and the end of the year.
Yeah, 3 months worth of action to determine who the champion is going to be. That's going to take place on November the 30th, the Champions Night. And we can have a look at how the first week's going to pan out here in Portsmouth now. This is how the tournament bracket looks for the week. And it really is open for opportunity, isn't it? Jason Brandon, Alex Spellman and Carl Gable, they played at the pairs last week. They're going to justify their trips by playing the full week here. And for the likes of Kurt Parry and Brian Oman, who knocked on the door, an opportunity to win a weekly title for the first time.
I think what we've got to do with week 1 is we've got to keep an open mind because Jeff Smith won week 1 in Series 11. So it is possible to win the first week, have a bit of a break, come back and be successful. We look at Jason Brandon, we look at Alex Spellman because they're from North America just like Jeff. So there's a big possibility for them before the end of this season. But the likes of Kurt Parry and Carl Wilkinson and others who have been to finals before, they'd like to go one better. And I'm really surprised to see Spellman at the top of the odds there.
So if you're surprised to see Spellman at the top of the odds, who do you think should be at the top of the odds?
Barstow and Parry. I think Parry's got enough reps in the tank in the last week to come back after a few days off and to be sharp enough to do some damage. But Barstow has got great things ahead of him. He's got the World Cup in South Korea in the WDF as part of the England squad coming up. He will be sharp coming into this, and he'll want to be even sharper by the end of the week.
Right, let's go through some runners and riders then. Who should we look out for throughout the course of the series?
I don't know if we're going to be giving any names away, but I wouldn't be surprised if Jeff defends it. It's just the way he's able to pitch his tent and figure it out. And he's getting very, very accustomed to coming to Portsmouth. There are going to be people who have won previous weeks in 2025. If they can come back and be successful, they will feel great. Names, it's really hard to say because there's a lot of them, but I'm going to say Smith to defend or potentially Danny Van Tripe.
Playing some great stuff at the minute. It's 18 plus, gambleware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series. And we're going to kick off with an All-American clash as Alex Spellman takes on Jason Brandon. Some way to touch down here in Series 12.
2 darts for double four for the match.
Game! Shot! And the Modus Super Series 11 champion! Jeff Smith! Again.
Range on the third leg.
And
USA.
again. Well, that's not possible, is it?
Range on the match. USA.
It is.
And so here we go again. Another series is about to get underway at the Modus Super Series. And we kick off with an All-American battle between Jason Brandon and Alex Spellman. They represented the US of A at the International Pairs Tournament last week. Did not go to plan. Brandon, the 50-year-old from Cowan in Tennessee, making his Super Series debut up against Alex Spellman. He's made a couple of semi-finals in the past. The 36-year-old from Fukuoka. Easy for me to say, and I best not mess up. So, game number 1 of our week here on the South Coast. Game number 1 of a brand new series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Jason Brandon made the semi-finals of the World Championships back in December. And Owen Binks is stood up, alert, ready for action. And he is going to call order and call forward Jason Brandon to throw the very first dart to Series 12. Paul Nicholson is with me here in the commentary box throughout the course of the day. And I'm sure over the course of the next 3 months, we're going to be spending a lot of time in each other's company. Lucky you.
Might as well start as you mean to go on, Henry.
Well, Jeff Smith played in the first game through the first die, through the very last die. In fact, there's actually a bit of a trend in terms of the last few series because the winners of the last 3 series have come very early on. Darius Labanauskas won week 1. Jensen Walker won week 2. Jeff Smith winning a week 1.
Yeah, I'm a big believer in trends, that's for sure.
100.
I was very surprised to see Spellman as the favourite for the week because as we saw from the graphic at the start of this match, the best he's done is a semi-final on a couple of occasions.
44.
So when you look at Kurt Parry, who's been to a weekly final the last 2 series, and Chaz Barstow, who's won in this building, I'm surprised to see Spellman ahead of them.
80.
But maybe the odds compilers see Spellman as dangerous. If you give him time to figure something out, he's a very smart man.
99.
He's somebody who's got a real CV, hasn't he? Someone that's done tangible things in many an arena over the course of his career. And he gets off to a quick start, leaving himself... Well, Brandon gets off to a quick start, leaving himself on 78 after 12, looking to ping this opening leg.
78.
Great dart. Double 12. Angle's not good. But the ricochet is perfect.
Jason
He might not get a better ricochet all week than that.
Second leg, it's Alex to throw first. Game on.
A kind deflection off the barrel, and it's Jason Brandon who opens up a 1-0 lead in this contest. Who's having the best year of his career. There's absolutely no doubting that.
38.
Made the semi-finals of the Lakeside back in December. Lost 5-0 in that semi-final to Paul Lim. But finds himself 7th on the CDC order, Met. And he got that prize scout, didn't he, of Stephen Bunting at the US Darts Masters at the Madison Square Garden, winning that game 6-4.
Well, let's face facts. You look at that defeat of Bunting at MSG now. It looks even better
58.
months later because of what Stephen has done very recently. I mean, the way he played in Milton Keynes last week, he was irresistible. It took one of the best career performances of Jeffrey de Graaf to take him out in Players' Championship 24, but he was unstoppable in Players' Championship 25. And Brandon beating him on a circuit this year where Bunting has been the best player. It just proves that if he can do that against that opponent in that setting,
140.
there's no reason why Jason Brandon can't win this week. This is a really good first game. Quality is off the charts.
180.
Well, that's the first 180 of a brand new series, but this has been a brilliant start from Jason Brandon. It was a 15-darter in leg 1. But not followed up by a 12, and Spellman's looking at the big fish.
He's looking at the albatross. Can't do what David Davies did in the previous series in taking up the maximum 6-star conversion.
100. Jason, you require.
And so Brandon back for double 3 to double his lead.
It's a good skidder, that one. There you go. Just tickles the flighting on his way to a 2-0 lead.
Third leg, it's
14 darter off the back of the 15 darter. Now, actually, having a look at Jason's year and the way it could end, there'll be plenty of things on the horizon for him. And one of them is the World Series finals, in which,
40.
because he won that game and the Madison Square Gardens against Bunting, he's going to qualify for that. He's one of the World Series Order of Merit qualifiers for that particular event.
85.
What an opportunity that's going to be for him to play in a PDC major or big televised event. Let's not go down the major rabbit hole.
No, let's do it.
100.
You've just poked the wolf.
I've slipped my tongue and I wish I never did.
If there's one event that the PDC should bin, it's that World Series finals. It's pointless. But it's a good tournament to have in a nice place like Amsterdam, and it's a good opportunity for Brandon. As far as World Series and ranking events are concerned, I think it's the one that needs to go. But don't detract anything away from the fact that Brandon has done well to get in it.
Congratulations, Jason, for qualifying for a tournament Paul Nicholson doesn't want on the calendar.
Honestly, you keep going like this week, Deacon, you're going to look like Virgil van Dijk's ankles.
All I need to say to you today are two words. Alexander Isak.
136.
136 of Spellman isn't going to go on this occasion. Brandon needs just the one treble to give himself a dart at the ball for a 3-0 lead.
55. Jason, you require 130.
This is very gettable. Bullseye.
83.
Right on target. It's a nice line with all three darts. 2 of the 3, the weight was not so good. I don't think Spellman can wait so much longer. He's got to find this. And if you look at the way his darts are sitting in the board, they are kicking a little bit left.
47.
That means the point is left of the flight.
Double top.
Game
3-0
shot
Brandon,
the
and
third
this
leg.
is absolutely
Jason Brandon.
clinical by the man from Tennessee
Full
so
third
far.
gets Alex to throw first. Game on.
What is it about Tennessee and darts? I had a chat with Jeff Smith and Dawson Marshall over the weekend, and they were confirming that darts is hotter on the east coast of North America than the west
100.
coast. Because you've got Spellman, who's from North Carolina. You've got the biggest darts league in the world in Boston, Massachusetts.
100.
But you've got Joe Cheney and Jason Brandon from Tennessee. You've got a lot of action in Florida. But maybe Tennessee
60.
is a place that could be explored a bit more. I want to know by the end of the week from the horse's mouth. I want to hear from Jason about what the scene is like in Tennessee.
100.
Because it seems to me like that's a place where it's happening.
Well, it's certainly happening for him here. And I suppose in America, a lot of the original hotbeds for darts kind of came where the UK or Irish expat community was. It started from there, it grew from there, but now it's becoming a far more nationalised sport than perhaps it was maybe 10, 15 years ago.
83.
And certainly the move to the East Coast for the US Darts Masters has been a big move.
But if we can be honest, and I think we should be, darts is a secondary sport in the United States. Because people, when they're going through school and college, it's about things like
119.
football,
As you
baseball,
require 144.
hockey, lacrosse. What's this? Possibly the match?
129.
Well, that would have been some way to kick off his
82.
campaign on debut. Spellman, 82, to reduce the gap back down to 3-1.
I think that's an overcompensation there from Alex. What a great recovery, though.
6.
Gave himself a chance, but that might be the only one he gets.
15.
So this for the match, average of 102.88 at this present moment in time for Jason Brandon. What a start! What an instant impact he's made.
Jason Brandon.
The World Championship semi-finalist from the Lakeside last year has got his debut at the Super Series underway with an average of 100.2. Well, that's some way to kick off a brand new series. Jason Brandon 4, Alex Spellman 0, Gabriel and Scarrett is after the break. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. For the break, Jason Brandon got his campaign underway on his debut week here with a 4-0 victory against Alex Spellman, an average of 100.2 in the contest. It was such a good start for the Tennessee Titan. Game number 2, a meeting between Carl Gabriel and Jasper Scarrett. For Carl, the 34-year-old from Johannesburg, played last week in the pairs competition, taking on Scarrett, the 53-year-old from York, making his debut here at the Super Series. Now, I have had some intel, RE Jasper, prior to this weekly campaign getting underway, because I have had some telecommunications with Martin Turner, who has put on notice that he is a player that in that area is just mopping up tournament after tournament at local level. Now, we might as well just get the plain and obvious bit out the way with. Yes, Jasper Scarrett's name sounds very familiar to a game show host in the 2000s. But has he got the golden darts this week, Paul Nicholson?
42.
Couldn't resist, could you? You seem to forget that his name is very similar to that of the same person who was one of the most preeminent stand-up comedians from before you were born.
He actually performed in Portsmouth last week, Jasper Carrott. He was 45. At the local music festival doing some stand-up, warming the crowd up. Wasn't he was it the Detectorists? Was it that? Was that the program he did?
25.
But any which way, he is a man that's been doing well at local level. He's won an ADC qualifier to get here, and he's relishing the opportunity of playing on the stage.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? This is the roadmap. This is what it's all about now. Throughout the course of the last couple of years, people have taken to the ADC system. Not just domestically 66. Here in the UK, but obviously in Europe, and there are systems going further afield now. People are investing in that system because they want to get here. This is part of their roadmap now, and got to be honest, I haven't heard of Jasper until this morning. Some of his numbers
require 106
from online, some of the numbers paint a really nice picture, some of them don't. But this is the test.
40.
Jasper, can you perform here? We're about to find out if Martin Turner's right.
Well, there should be some way to get your first leg on the stage, but the 150 isn't going to go, and so Carl Gabriel has a look at 120 to hold on to his throw in the opening leg.
Steady enough.
45.
Well positioned if Scarrett does not take out 45. Let's find out which double he prefers. He's a lefty, of course it's tops.
25.
Early chance for the South
Oliver
African.
Quire, 20.
He's flying solo this week. Doesn't have a wingman.
Ten. Jasper, you require 20.
Well, 5 darts miss between the pair to win this opening leg. Scarrett looking at double 10 and eventually
James on the
finding double
first
10
leg,
and getting a breaker
Jasper
throw in his
Scarrett.
first Super Series leg. And actually this,
Second leg
the
is
meeting
Jasper to
between
throw
England
first.
and South
Game
Africa, and it ain't going to be the last meeting between these two nations in a sporting context this week, because the pair meet in a number of one-day international
137.
cricket matches this week.
Could be some interesting banter between these two then.
100.
You look at Jasper and you think, well, he's the kind of guy you'd want on the front line for you. Low centre of gravity. I bet this guy could run through a wall.
62.
Well, judging by his polo shirt and some of the things he's got on his towel, without speaking to Jasper too much,
60.
but certainly a man of the forces, has the Army logo on the back of his shirt.
125.
I can imagine darts being really popular with the people in the forces. Busy people, of course.
140.
If you do have some downtime, dartboard doesn't take up much room. Why not? Same for the cricketers. That's what they do when it's raining.
137.
That's a really good leg there from Scarrett.
$82. Jasper require
It's
40.
2-0. Double 10 again.
Game
What is it about lefties and double
Jasper
10? That's
Scarrett.
2-0 to Jasper Scarrett.
Third leg, it's Cole to go first. Game on.
We're going to have a word with this guy. He's got a logo on his shirt saying Army Darts. I want to know about that.
180.
I really do. Now, we know that our colleague, Mr. Durrant, one of the members of his family, is involved with darts in the military. Just goes to show the popularity of this sport.
180.
Okay, it's day one of Series 12, and we could have someone from the Southern Hemisphere hitting a 9.
81. Carly require 141.
Devin Peterson hasn't hit a 9 here. And Carl's not going to hit one just here, but what a really lovely response
95.
after losing the first couple of legs.
Well, a slow start. But now maybe going through the gears. Carl Gabriel, who actually is officially on debut in this
100.
game,
Colin
despite the
McCullough,
fact that he
46.
played here last week.
Yeah, it's debut with an asterisk.
6.
He'll be back. Scarrett's job here is to get into a manageable finish, just in case Gabriel has more double trouble.
60. Carly require 40.
So double top to reduce the gap back down to 2-1.
Game
That's a
show
nice
the third
dart. You can
leg.
see that his
Carl
darts
Gabriel.
don't land upright. So when he misses tops, it's not
Fourth leg is
necessarily a
Jasper to
marker.
go first.
He has to go for
Game
open portions. That was a very good shot.
First leg may have been a little bit scrappy, a little bit nervy, but it feels
60.
like both players now are just beginning to warm up a little bit.
Now, judging by the systems that we can access online,
40.
Jasper has been playing a lot of darts at the Severus Club in York. And also somewhere called the
60.
Ainsty. Tends to be where he does most of his work. But I think that's the best thing about the ADC.
100.
I don't know what you feel about this, Henry, but what the ADC have done really well is they've taken darts back to being local. And if you can be good
60.
there, you can actually spread your wings accordingly. By going to the championship tour with the ADC, which is a lot of the time in Aylesbury,
95.
At the very impressive Bradmore farm. But it actually takes away a lot of
60.
the financial side that can stop you from playing good level darts for good money.
Because let's be honest, back in the past, if you didn't
58.
have a tour card, you were chasing around Europe for points. Now, that is not a cheap task. And if you haven't got a sponsor, then that becomes incredibly hard a task. And particularly as well, when you add in things like annual leave and all the rest of it,
40.
you could burn up the annual leave by the time you would have qualified for the Lakeside. And then you're chasing your tail even when you're there. Whereas with this particular system, you can go local, you can
95.
pick and choose what you want to play in. You've got the Championship Tour, and then you've got an opportunity to play at the Global Championship. Look, there's loads of great systems out there. And like I say, we saw yesterday that the Welsh Open superbly run.
81. Colin
But
McGuire,
for some players,
113.
that's just not an option chasing around Europe. For players like Jasper, I don't know what his circumstance is in terms of his working commitments and that, but maybe
48.
playing locally is
Jasper
all he
McGuire,
can
140.
possibly do.
He's not going to add 140 to his very short resume here in
60.
Portsmouth just now. Should feel at
Oliver
home here,
Cohen,
considering it's a
65.
naval town. Gabriel went 2-0 down and looked in trouble. Could be back in the match now.
45.
That is a
Jasper
costly miss,
McGuire, 80.
potentially.
And so Scarrett here looking at 80 to open up a 3-1 lead in this match. It's double 10.
Game shot on the full
This is
flag.
handy
Jasper
enough so far. It's been
Scarrett.
enough so far. Carl Gabriel's missed 9 darts at a double in this contest,
Flag
and he's
hits
been
goal to throw first.
made to
Game
pay for it.
I'm
I'm sure you've got your own opinion about Carl from last week in the pairs. But if we talk about the now, missing 9 darts at a double in the first 4 legs,
140.
that's not good news, even on a Monday morning. Something that's going to have to be polished up a little bit.
100.
That third dart's going to have to be polished as well. If we look at his technique throughout the day, you can see that his left foot is coming off the ground and he's doing something called tipping. His
45.
body's going too far forward and the left foot comes off the ground, which means his third dart is thrown from a very different position. He's throwing his body at the shot.
100.
If he were to quieten that down a little bit, he'd be more consistent. And you know who it reminds me of? Devin Peterson, believe it or not. He's had the same
60.
problems.
Carly McCoy, 161.
He's not going to find the 161 here to
97.
reduce the gap back down to 3-2. He's got a bit of an off leg, but he has an opportunity in the next
60.
to close
Carly
the
McCoy,
game out, and that
64.
is what it looks like he is playing for at this present moment in time. This one died double top.
Game
Carl
shot on the
Gabriel,
fifth flag.
and the gap
Carl
reduced to
Gabriel.
3-2 with a 15 darter.
Yeah, much better.
Sixth flag is Jasper to throw first. Game on.
Here's my philosophy on this. If you can score a 15 darter on this stage, there's no reason why you can't get a stack of them.
100.
And if you can find a stack of them, you might have yourself a nice group.
140.
There's obviously promise there with Gabriel in the scoring stakes. Proximity to that 60 is very, very good. But his exposure
100.
to singles action this week, this is probably one of the biggest things he's ever done in the sport.
Yeah, because his other big appearance came in the World Cup where
100.
he was partnering Devon, so he's out on his own for this one, Carl Gabriel. But I'm totally agree with what you say. I think he's one of those players that will probably, in retrospect, take a lot more from the week when it comes to an end.
Watch this. Look at his body position, constantly thrust forward, and it's worse on dart 3. Look where he's throwing that third dart from.
100.
He's leaning into the oche. That's got to be a lot quieter for him to be more consistent. If you look at someone like Steve Beaton,
36.
you look at someone like Luke Littler, Luke Humphreys, they're all very still.
Well, Carl Gabriel here is turning
97.
a bit of a screw here. Average just under the 85 mark. He's up the scoring power, and he's on the cusp of taking us all the way to a last leg decider with back-to-back 5-visit legs.
85.
This wasn't like Scarrett had the darts. If this goes all the way, Carl Gabriel will be thrown for the match.
24.
Very, very close.
Just the required 139.
It's a match-winning chance, which probably should have been a little bit easier than this. Last start from Scarrett was not great. It was a bit like that.
45.
And so this,
Carly required 40.
for guess what, the first 4-3 of the series.
Game
The
shot was
first
sick
4-3
fair.
of the series,
Carl
and I
Gabriel.
promise you it's not going to be the last.
7th and final.
There is
leg
a nice
Carl
pace
to
about
go
this game,
first.
though.
Game on.
They're definitely getting on with it.
$43.
It's early, but I'm going to say this anyway. There are weaknesses in the Gabriel game which need to be ironed out soon. I'm not talking about the
100.
technicalities either. I'm talking about the approach on the scoring here. It's just a bit raw for me. Spends all of his time on that treble
81.
20, when sometimes with those very wide barrels he's got, he'd be better off switching.
$140.
Yeah, this is a lot more consistent from Jasper.
Possibly clicking into gear
94.
at the perfect time. The time it matters more than most.
Doesn't strike me as the kind of person who's going to panic. Looks like a slightly stockier, shorter version of Alan Suter. And those two guys have got something in common.
41.
Alan Suter was in the military as well.
Jasper
He's
required
rather useful.
161.
161 for the match, but Jasper's not going to take that out.
$55.
It's an okay setup. Needs himself in 106, but because of the position Carl Gabriel's in,
60.
I have no
Jasper
idea why he
required
didn't switch there.
106.
After that first start, that should have been 19s all the way. This is 16s all the way.
Game shot.
And a win it is on debut
Jasper
for
Scarrett.
Jasper Scarrett. Well said, Owen. Because that was impressive at times. I think he weathered the storm from Gabriel at some points in that match. But in that final leg, where he took it 106 for a 15 darter, you got to say it's fair that he got the win. 4-3 it was. And next it's Roman against de Klerk.
$54. Charlie McGuire 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2 darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
One.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Jasper Scarrett got the better of Carl Gabriel by 4 legs of 3. Next game for us is a meeting between Brian Roman and Stein de Klerk. Brian Roman, the 28-year-old from Antwerp, a 3-time weekly finalist, up against his fellow Belgian Stein de Klerk, the 29-year-old from Kortrijk, making his debut in this particular competition. And Belgium kind of is the nation on the darting lips of this present moment in time, following the end of the Flanders Darts Trophy yesterday. And Luke Littler did oakley dokley, didn't he, picking up that title, beating Josh Rock in the final 8-7. What a scintillating final it was. Another European Tour title in Belgium for the Nuke.
84.
He obviously likes Belgium. Can't say I blame him.
180.
Well, de Klerk definitely likes that.
95.
It's not often you see someone's debut visit as a maximum. The adrenaline's pumping.
180.
All right, this guy likes adrenaline, obviously. That or he likes Monday mornings.
100.
What you got next then?
141.
Now this really would be incredible. It's Stein de Klerk's first leg on the Super Series stage was to be a
26.
9-darter.
Trust me, Stein, a lot of us have been there on a 9. And a lot of us have scored 26 with visit 3. But here's the funny thing.
100,
Roman is just
150.
staying patient here and saying, well, if you don't take this out, I'll have the leg, thank you very much.
Which is an MO we've not always said about Brian Roman. Patience.
75. Brian require 82.
For this a 1-0.
That's just silly.
50.
And the funny thing is, he knows it is silly.
Game shot on the first leg. Stein
He
de
makes
Klerk.
one error in what was a very good leg, and he pays the penalty.
Second leg, it's Stein to throw.
He is a
first.
maverick player, but don't do that. That was just tiny bit reward, 99% risk. It was just unnecessary.
And de Klerk
100.
gets the break and he leads 1-0 in this all-Belgian clash.
97.
Very much an international flavour to this group. 3 different continents involved in this group. You've got 2 Belgians, 2
59.
Americans, South African, and a bloke from York. There could be a joke about them walking into a
121.
bar, but we won't go there.
I wouldn't say anything against York.
140.
It's a beautiful place. One of the most historic towns in all of the United Kingdom. That's more like it.
180.
That was very wise. There's a big tournament on
100.
in the
Right number
Netherlands yesterday,
103.
wasn't there? Big unranked event where anybody could enter. The Svantia Masters, won by Wessel Nyman in the end, beating Danny Nobbett in the final.
55. Line number 102.
Pretty much everybody was there. Apart from the people who were at the Belgian event at Flanders.
22.
Yeah, there was another well-organised open event like that.
Game on
As
the
Brian
second
Roman
leg.
pins double 16
Brian
for
Roman.
14 darter right in that particular wrong, which Danny Van Tripe and Devon Peterson
leg is
attended. I don't know
Brian
whether
to throw
you've
first.
seen the
Game
video, but Danny Van Tripe was singing karaoke as Devon Peterson was dancing.
Where was this?
60.
This was at an open event in the Netherlands a couple of weeks ago.
I mean, what could possibly go wrong?
Put it this way, they won't be getting an invite
92.
onto Britain's Got Talent anytime soon.
Moving swiftly on.
59.
How about the fact that Luke Littler now has 4 European Tour titles, the same as Phil Taylor? And it took Littler less than
59.
2 years. It took Taylor 5 seasons.
56.
Admittedly, there are a lot more now. But he hasn't played in all of them, has he?
No, Luke has found this ability to pick and choose what
97.
works for him at the right time of the season. And look, when you're a top player, we had the discussion a couple of weeks ago, didn't we? That if you're a player at the top end of the sport, you have to pick and choose that calendar very wisely, because burnout could be a very, very real issue
58.
otherwise.
Yeah, ask Brian about that. Sometimes playing too much can have adverse effects like injuries.
62.
And for Brian, I feel like he has a bit of unfinished business as far as the tour is concerned, because when he did lose his tour card,
101.
in terms of being at a full bill of health, he was as far from it as he possibly could be. His shoulder was in bits, and we saw the first year that he was back here, glimpses of decent stuff, but he wasn't feeling great within himself. The injury was still
81.
plaguing him, but
Right number
the
167.
last 6 months or so, he's been able to play with a lot more freedom. That arm has been able to flow a little bit better, and we're seeing the
139,
darts
starting
flow a
with
little bit better as a
110.
consequence.
Might lose the leg, though. Double 16.
78.
A close call.
Right number 128.
He left it. He
Games on
hits
the
it
third
2-1.
leg.
Simple
Brian
as that.
Roman.
And maybe Roman comes back
Four-legged Stein to throw first.
in this
Game
series with a renewed sense of confidence in this building, because he did make the final on a Saturday in the previous
83.
series. He'd never done that before. So he's getting there gradually. And if he has got
100.
ambitions of getting back to the tour in January, this could be his last series. And how many times are we going to say that over the next 3 months?
A bit.
33.
Yeah, lost in the final to John O'Shea in week 3 of the previous series, who'd go on to win the international pairs, which means that
105.
all John O'Shea is now is a Champions Week away from completing the Super Series Triple Crown.
95.
What did I tell you earlier?
180.
Thanks, Brian. That is the greatest distraction we needed away from that very unnecessary comment from Deacon.
Can't beat a good Triple Crown. Anyway, my man 116 for 3-1.
You're not going to survive the week. I don't think de Klerk's going to survive this game, because Roman looks irresistible
Brian
all of
Roman.
a sudden. That 12 darter is just a little snippet as to what he can do.
Brian to throw first. Game on.
He could have this game won if he hadn't made that silly error in the first leg.
Well, he's
58.
certainly building up ahead of stride now. 3-1 to the good, a leg away for victory.
60. 85.
Just get the feeling sometimes he wants to deliver that dart too quickly. Every now and again, it feels like the dart's not settled in his grip, and he still throws it. I've been very critical of Brian over the last couple of years, and he listens to everything we say. I'm not going to stay away from being the critique, because if I'm able to see it, and he's able to feel it, put two things together, what have you got? A solution.
60.
And we all know how good he is. But he needs the W at some point.
And in fairness to
79.
Brian, he does listen to what we say, and sometimes he will put us, not in like a horrible way though. He'll kind of ask, well, what did you mean by that? Not in a, why did you say that? But it's in for like a constructive way to see how actually he can improve. He tries to take everything in like a sponge.
The job of an analyst within this domain, whether it's football, cricket, darts, golf, you name it,
59.
is to identify something they see, praise the person for doing something brilliant, but if they do something wrong, to call them on it and ask
81.
why.
Brian have required 160.
We've done that in this game, but to be fair to Brian, he has been the better player by some
63.
distance.
Needs himself on 97 to wrap up a 4-1 win. Very useful opening performance. 91.38 the average.
60.
Perfect on his
Brian
doubles so
required
far.
97.
3 from 3. And he's going to get 2 more tops to wrap the game up 4-1. That was a really useful
Brian
opening
Roman.
display for Brian Roman. Average of 91.5, 4 from 5 on his doubles, and he beat Stein de Klerk by 4 legs to 1. He had a very good first leg, threatened the 9 in his debut leg here, but was then shut out by the Riddler, who had the answers to all the questions. That the tail of the tape. A 4-1 win for Brian Roman. Alex Spellman and Carl Gabriel's next. Welcome back to Pluto TV and the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Brian O'Man got the better of Stein de Klerk by 4 legs to 1. 4 out of 5 in his doubles, averaging 91.5, including a 116 checkout. Really useful start for Brian. Now, game 2, a meeting between Alex Spellman and Carl Gabriel. 2 players looking to get a first win of the day. Alex Spellman looking for a first leg of the day. But there wasn't really too much he could have done about it against a Jason Brandon, who ran red hot in the opening game of the session. Average of 100.2 for Jason in that one compared to the 93.5 of Alex. So he played okay, was just completely shut out of the contest. Only had a solitary dart and a double in that game. But you get the sense that he will get more opportunities and potentially more joy here against Carl Gabriel.
You would think so, based on his experience and his CV.
30.
But I can't get my eyes off what's been happening the last week. I'm talking about the back end of the pairs last week when he had the United States shirt on.
44.
And what's happened so far today. These darts are spearing left. There you can see,
100.
when they enter the board, the flight is going right and the point is going left. If he gets that slightly wrong, it's going to be in the 5.
100.
If he can figure out his line this week, he'll be very dangerous. That is the perfect first dart.
Yeah, superb camera angle that.
140.
Just above the board, showing the angle of entry.
Curiously, both of these players do exactly the same thing.
60.
They're both getting the dart to land flat and with the flight to the right of the point. Do you know who used to do that rather effectively? Second time we mentioned him today, Phil Taylor.
55.
It didn't look that appealing in the board, but one thing he understood is that it was very useful.
22.
Yeah, Phil, who was sat in the very chair you were in now yesterday.
Speaking of great dart players, it is the 4-year anniversary since Martin Adams hit a 9-darter in Southampton.
94. Alex,
Yeah, probably the best player not to have won any sort of weekly title with us in Portsmouth, the great Martin Adams.
Did play at Champions Week as an alternate.
60.
He was one of up in a week, had the best running average, and consequently went through because Graham Usher had done a selfish thing such as win a tour card. 36 for Spellman for 1-0 lead to get his first leg on the board. Only his second double all day. It's double 10.
36.
Doesn't go.
Carl require 121.
Well, it is a chance. And the ball is hit.
On the first
Fabulous hit
leg.
from Gabriel.
Carl Gabriel.
Well, that one's going to sting.
Go first. Game.
If you're that man right there from just south of Raleigh, North Carolina. Raleigh is the state capital of North Carolina, even though it's not the most
81.
populous city. That would be Charlotte. Sounds a bit like a line from Gavin and Stacey, doesn't it? The only city you're going to find near Charlotte.
Ironic considering that was based in Barry Island.
84.
Do you realise they've not shown the final episode of that out in the United States yet? They don't do that until this Christmas.
99.
I don't think a lot of the Americans will get the humour.
No, it's very it's very sarcastic. I remember we were having a chat with Dawson Michelle
35.
last week, and you know how our banter in the UK can sometimes be very dry. Yeah, sometimes out that part of the world they don't always understand it.
100.
I think the main reason it's actually being shown in North America is because of James Corden. And one of the main reasons why the Modus Super Series is viewable
41.
worldwide is because we are now showing more players from around the world. We are getting more Canadians, more Americans.
40.
But there's only so many spots available in a series. You think about 12 players a week, 12 weeks of qualifying. If you did your times
100.
table at school, everyone,
Alex,
you'll know it's 144.
167.
Yeah, last series you almost got to the full complement. 143 different players. Tommy Marsh was the only player to get a second invitation.
97. Currently require 160.
Slightly more difficult than a 1-2-1. And proves to be the case.
100. Alex
Shoves that
requires
third
70.
dart in. And Spellman, he will feel he will need to take this out. That's fortunate. Was that by design?
Game shown the second leg. Alex Spellman.
Hands up, everyone. Have you ever seen a 70 checkout like that? Because I haven't.
Third leg, it's Alex to throw first.
What is going on with people going treble 18, double 2 on 58? I just don't get it.
The game is a changing, and that in more ways than one.
95.
The way players go for these, but this contest level at one apiece as Carl Gabriel looked to perhaps begin to stretch a bit of a lead in the
139.
contest.
What do you make of Carl's darts, by the way?
As in for, you look at the bulbousness of the bow, and you look at the
78.
setup, it doesn't feel as if it's suited to the way that he throws his dart.
I am a big fan of that word you just made up, by the way. Bulbousness.
100.
Word of the series, everyone. Bulbousness. But I know what you're saying. I'm going to spin this a little bit.
96.
This is going to sound like a bit of an insult, but it's not. They look like the kind of darts you get free with a dartboard.
97.
They really do. Uncomplicated, a bit bulky. But what Carl is showing us right here, right now, is that it's not about the fancy-dancy darts that you can buy.
140.
You have to buy and use the ones that work. They don't have to have all the bells and whistles. He believes
79.
these
Alex,
darts work
192.
best for him, and I love that.
Well, we saw a combo in the last leg from Spellman. We're not going to see another one here. For Carl Gabriel, may just be a dart at the ball to get
Carly
the
require 86.
third breaker throw in the contest and a re-establishment of the lead at 2-1. It is the ball.
61.
Just drops
Alex
low.
required 40.
That second dart was a bit risky. Double 10 was missed by quite some distance the last time.
Game shown the
Not
third
this
leg.
time.
Alex Spellman.
And so it's Spellman,
Fourth leg, it's Carl to
2-1-2, the
throw
good
first. Game on.
in the contest.
I wonder if he's going to be paying attention to the NFL later in the week,
81.
because the NFL season kicks off on Thursday. And they're going to be paying visits to all sorts of different areas around the world this season.
60.
Brazil, Ireland, Germany, Spain, England, and all over the United States.
60.
Now you're the NFL guy, Nico, around these parts. Who should be in for a decent season this season? Is it all about them Chiefs again?
No.
125.
They'll be there or thereabouts. But the one thing that the Eagles have is they still have Saquon Barkley,
140.
who is a total game changer. And they still have Jalen Hurts. They still have weapons. They have a great defense. Philadelphia are going to be very hard to beat.
81.
I would be astonished if they don't win the NFC.
Oh, your Steelers shaping up.
60.
Defense is looking great. Great secondary. I think Omar Khan, the GM's done a really good job in very difficult circumstances. I'm not sure about Aaron Rodgers. I'm not sure about DK Metcalf.
26.
But as for
Carly require
defense,
160.
I am thoroughly on board with what the Steel City's done.
Another, not to be.
100.
Well, you can't really use the Vince Lombardi saying in this sport, can you? Offense wins your games and defense wins your championships.
Yeah, because there is no defence in darts.
Despite what people say.
Beautiful first start. How do you get this in?
40.
He's going to have
Alex,
those
you require
problems with the way his
150.
darts lie. That is ideal. Another. Double 18. Oh, yeah. Now you're cooking.
Alex Spellman.
Started a bit slowly against Brandon. That is a proper shot
Alex to throw
from
first.
Alex.
Game on.
Not a big fan of that name today, but well done, Spellman.
He is cooking with gas right now, Alex Spellman.
46.
If he's a big barbecue guy, and I'm sure that Jason Brandon is, being from Tennessee, they don't cook with a lot of gas over there. They actually cook with a lot of wood. Yeah, we really don't know how to barbecue in this country, Henry. But the Americans and Canadians, they know exactly what they're doing. They use different types of wood to smoke things.
140.
Yeah, I was listening to your little conversation with Jeff Smith at our rap party following the end of the previous series. Made me rather hungry. I went to the local kebab house and got a
59.
kebab.
Yeah, that'd be nothing compared to some of the lobsters that Jeff can boil. Does them in seawater
100.
because it has all the natural salts and things like that. Unbelievable stuff. Yeah, he's on his way back to Canada today with Dawson Marshall getting back to Alberta yesterday.
85.
A very solid international pairs week for them.
Yeah, Dawson was telling me that
100.
it's as long in a plane to get to Jeff as it is to get to the United Kingdom for him.
It's the way the planet works, right? Because the Earth isn't flat.
140. Calling over 116.
Yeah, I think Dawson would have to fly over the North Pole to get here.
52.
Canada, the
Alex, over
second biggest
135.
country in terms of land area in the world behind Russia. Spellman looking at 135 for the match. Not to be, so Gabriel 2
99.
keeps the music
Calling over
rolling in the
164.
game. Looking at 64.
That wasn't by design. It is double 12.
Game show on the fifth leg.
Well, there's another weird
Carl
checkout.
Gabriel.
It's only morning one of the series, and we've already seen two
Sixth leg, it's
mystifying
Carl to
ones.
first. Game on.
This game actually looks better than the averages suggest. Gabriel, exactly 80.
100.
And that's pretty much what he did in game number 2. So if he's going to hang around an 80 average this week, he's going to need to find another 5% from somewhere at least.
180.
Well, Spellman piling in his first max of the match. He had 2 in his opening game against Jason Brandon.
131.
Oh, hang on.
85.
He's using a new flight recently, is Alex. It's a new shape that's been developed by his manufacturer.
41.
There you can see, sort of, the shape seems to be working right here.
140.
Now, the top of it is almost flat. The edges are rounded, so it's somewhere between a pear-shaped flight and a kite-shaped flight. It's like a
140.
hybrid,
Alex, you
which
require
is probably the most
96.
overused word in the last 15 years. Do you know what I would call that flight? It's a shield. I'd call that a win as well. That's a really nice job there from Alex Spellman, who lost his first game by 4 legs to 0. But against the South African Gabriel, who lost his first game 4-3, He's now the first person to lose twice on the first morning of Series 12. Based on those numbers and that high checkout of 150, Spellman really does deserve that 4-2 win.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! So here we go then. Game 5 is a meeting between Stein de Klerk and Jason Brandon. For the break, Alex Spellman beat Carl Gabriel by 4 legs to 2. Well, Jason was absolutely superb in that opening performance. Average of 100.2, 45 darts to get the beating of Alex Spellman in that game. And if he carries on like this, then he is going to be a contender to pick up the trophy come Saturday night. He was an intriguing quantity, wasn't he, Jason Brand? Now, Alex Spellman took all the headlines before a dart was thrown, but he was 15-2 to win the week before. The dart was thrown in anger this morning. 2-1 second favourite to go on and win this
First leg, it's
particular
Stein to throw first. Game on.
Group A. And it's going to be Stein to get us underway, who played okay in the opening match, but was outplayed by Brian Amann. So perhaps the last thing he would have wanted to
100.
have seen on the draw sheet was Jason Brandon as his next opponent.
Got to face him sometime, right? Might as well be now.
58.
Before a dart was thrown, Jason Brandon was my favourite to win this group. I just get the feeling that he's more comfortable playing
100.
singles action. And he's someone who has a very compact style. He's very much a chucker.
55.
A little bit of rotation in the upper body, but obviously very talented. And has found his best darts, like a lot of people have when they get to the
55.
age of 50.
Yeah, not just a young man's game.
96.
I saw Paul Lim make the Lakeside final last year at the age of 70.
There are many examples of people doing well in tournaments and even
30.
winning tournaments at different ages, saying that this game has never been in a better spot. Lim making the Lakeside final nearly 12 months ago, that's one, over the age of 70.
60.
Yesterday, Mitchell Lorry wins the Welsh Open at 14. And he was up against Darren Johnson in the final, who was a seasoned campaigner.
26.
Just goes to show where that young man's going. Scottish darts is very much looking to him to be the future.
Yeah, there was almost a 45-year age gap between the players
83.
in that final between Mitchell Lowry and Darren Johnson.
Yeah, it reminds me of when Keane Barry played against Martin Adams when we had this from home in 2020. Keane played on his 18th birthday
60.
and he was up against
Jason
Martin.
to require 149.
I think it was 47 years between them at the time.
Yeah, we never got Martin Adams against Luke Littley here, and at the time
58.
there would have been a
Steiner require
50-year age
130.
gap between the pair. Well, it still is a 50-year age gap between the pair. Funny enough, those things don't change.
I'm just going to wait until
50.
we get the right crowd
Jason to
here.
require 91.
Someone's going to hold up a sign saying, "Announce Mitchell Lorry." That argument is going to rage on, trust me. Good dart.
75.
Can't find the double, so de Klerk
Steiner require 80.
could potentially take the first leg of this contest. And why have you just done that? That's why.
Game show on the first leg.
Someone's been
Stein
hanging
de
around
Klerk.
with Brian.
Second leg gets Jason to throw
Well, if the first start felt in Paul Nicholson's mind a little bit ridiculous, the next two ended up being sublime.
I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Top Gun Maverick.
140.
When Maverick starts to teach before that very famous mission, he gets the book and he says, "Does everybody know what this is?" Everybody says, "Yep, we know it back to front."
100.
And then he puts the book in the bin. Apparently, that's what Belgian dart players do. They just burn the rule book.
85.
I did ask Brian, is there anything that we need to look out for this week? He's going to keep us posted.
140.
Might want to focus on winning first. De Klerk did have a pretty decent start to his season. He made the semi-finals
45.
of the Winter Classic Darts Open, another one of those Hungarian classics for a name of a tournament. That was back at the start of March, that very well-known winter month.
95.
He lost in the semi-finals to Dalibor Šmolek from Czechia. The big bear-like dart player from Czechia, who is a very, very good player.
64.
Wouldn't be surprised if you see Dalibor playing this weekend at the Czech Darts Open. There were some very good players in that tournament. Benjamin Pratnam was there.
16. Jason, you record 167.
All right, we've got a baritone check on the referee there. 16. Doing his best impression of Luther Vandross.
31. Steiner require 150.
And because of that, it's only 150 left. Unable to get, and so Brandon will be back looking at
94.
double 18
Jason
to
require 36.
square this contest up at one all. And one apiece it
On the
is.
second leg, Jason
Very
Bryant.
individual setup that Brandon has got. Long dart with a kite-shaped
Third
flight.
leg,
You don't
it's Stein to
see
throw
that a
first.
great deal.
Game on.
But he's obviously got a formula that works.
100.
I'm going to show my age here. When I look at Stein de Klerk, he reminds me of Nick Leeson. Do you remember him?
Before I was born.
78.
The old Bearings Bank guy. Give this man a black and yellow jacket. He looked like Ewan McGregor in that very famous movie.
60.
Yeah, the only famous banking advert I can remember was Howard Halifax.
The less said about that, the better.
121.
He looks in control. He's going to be very dangerous this week, is Brandon.
140.
Well, this game, at this present moment in time, is
45.
very much up for interpretation. De Klerk's played okay here, and he's forcing the issue with Jason
41.
Brandon in this match.
$81. Stein, you require 160.
It's a very strong name, isn't it? Stein. It's something you would order if you go to Oktoberfest.
60.
I'd never be able to get through one of them.
You wouldn't be able to lift one of those cups, mate.
Don't you start with the whole little hands thing.
128.
Thank Connor Scott in the case
Stein,
again.
you
Give
require
Henry a straw. De Klerk does need a hand.
60.
Or maybe he did
Jason, you
on
require
tops this time, and
48.
Brandon does get a chance to break.
Well, this could be a potential turning point. De Klerk missing a couple of darts to go 2-1 up. But Jason
60.
Brandon does exactly the
Stein, you
same.
require 40.
And that, for JB, was a break opportunity. And
Game
Declare will
shot
not
the
let him
third
come
leg.
back a second time. He
Stein
declares the third leg in his favour.
Full flag, it's Jason
Now-
to throw first.
You know, Nico,
Game.
I love to give out a good nickname here and there. The Castleford Tiger, Spivey Man.
121.
I've got one for Jason Brandon. He's from Tennessee. Why?
He's already got one. They call him Brandy, because that's inventive.
How about
140.
the Tennessee Titan?
He might not support them, though. And if he's not a Tennessee Titan, he'll hate it. Now, if you do your
Six.
NFL research, you'll know that the Tennessee Titans franchise wasn't always in Tennessee. And bearing on the fact that Brandon is 50,
100.
it's probably likely he doesn't support the Tennessee Titans. Because he didn't support the Houston Oilers, from what I know.
140.
they're the same. It's all politics in NFL anyway. Just before you go there, just see which team he supports in the NFL.
100.
That's all right. Not everyone's liked every nickname that I've given to them over the years.
Well, he's got orange on his sleeves, and that's got to be something to do with Tennessee.
100.
It's all about
Stein,
college
you require
colours and
161.
representation. It's not just a favourite colour. Let's put it that way.
121.
This has been a really good
Jason
display
McGrath.
here from Stein. I'm impressed.
And so Brandon comes back for AT to level up at 2-2. Double 10 has to go. Simple as that. If not, he'll find himself 3-1 down and a couple of
60.
breaks
Stein, you
down.
require
If
40.
Declare can find tops once again.
Game shot on the full
Flick
flag.
off the
Stein
yellow
to Clark.
flight, and in it goes.
Yeah, this is going really well for Stein, isn't it?
Fifth flag, it's Stein to throw
Showing
first.
a great deal of
Game
composure here. He's got a nice rhythm to his throw.
140.
That's the one thing I'm really impressed by so far. It's quite a high address position he has, but he's not throwing it too hard. He's
100.
lobbing the dart through the air with a bit of ease and accentuating that follow through.
100.
It's very linear and it's very good.
$100.
He's not far away from winning this one if he can stay straight. Very good.
180.
And that's his first 180 since his second visit of the day.
And it leaves him on a potential 11 darter to win this game
81.
by
Stein
4
require 81.
legs to 1. And this would be a really impressive victory. It's been an impressive performance, average just under 88. But that single free leaves him on 78. That leaves him 24. And that would have
69.
left him in the winner's enclosure for the first time.
There was a part of him there that thought that was good. It was very close. Now what's going to happen
60. Stein
if he takes this
require
out? He's
12.
going to join 4 other players on 2 points.
Well, that was a nervy match start. A nervy second match start. He dropped the third. You could tell how much a win here would mean to him.
No score.
But the win hasn't been given to
Jason,
him
you
just
require
yet.
106.
Just showing a little bit too much emotion there. Just needs to calm down a tad. Oh, what a chance now.
140.
Tremendous attempt from Brandon.
Stein required 12.
This is where you got to breathe and execute.
Double free.
6.
Does not go. That's 7 for the match.
Jason required 20.
If Brandon hits this, I think he's favourite to win this game. Well, there you have it.
Okay,
7
show the
match
fifth
darts
leg.
missed.
Jason.
Now, mentally, everything changes.
Flag is Jason to throw first.
Look at that.
Game on.
That is not the reaction of an experienced dart player. That's the reaction of someone who has maybe trying too hard to get this victory over the line.
What he can ill afford to do is put himself in Shredsville. Stein de Klerk. He's got to dust himself off and try and go again. But that's a easy thing said when you're sat in a commentary box. It's a different thing when you stood there on the stage. You've never done this thing before. Jason Brandon is becoming a
99.
experienced stage campaigner. As I say, mentioned earlier on, the Lakeside semi-final that he got to, the exploits at the Madison
85.
Square Garden. He's become accustomed to this kind of environment.
I can confirm that Shredsville is not a place on Earth.
100.
But when your nerves are completely shot, that's where you feel like your domain is.
60.
We can thank our good friend the Whirlwind, Jimmy White, for coming up with that phrase. Many a Shredsville night at the Crucible Theatre.
80.
And many more, I'm sure.
But the big question is, where's the 2 points going in this particular contest?
60. Jason, you require 127.
Lovely first start. Second's lovely.
78.
Third's a bit too far
Stein, you
north.
require
So
156.
de Klerk might have his best chance of winning this game on a combination. How has that gone in?
100. Jason, you require 49.
Well, that was an incredible second dart. But is it going to be academic? As Jason Brandon looks at double 10. That was to take us all the way.
Stein,
This
you require 56.
is for the win.
They've both had 13 darts at a double.
Game
Well, there you have it.
shot and
On
the
a combination, he was able to get over the
Stein
line.
de Klerk.
And his first win at the Modus Super Series comes at the expense of the very dangerous Jason Brandon. You couldn't really separate them in the averages. In the doubles, you couldn't much either. But this time, the win goes the way of the Belgian.
54. Charlie Maguire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
I'm kind of born to play here, mate. Done it before. Yeah, is this your first time?
No, second.
Second. How'd you get on the first time?
I lost.
Okay.
Lost quite miserably.
Okay, you any good at darts?
Yeah, I'm alright. Probably better than you. What you see? You look surprised.
Well, what you throwing?
Just Luke Littler's darts.
What's the weight?
They seem about 20 grams to me. I don't know.
Okay.
What are they? Do you know? Why are you asking? You don't know the answers then, huh?
Oh, double top.
He's been brilliant, hasn't he?
Be kidding me.
He's hit all the doubles. Adrian
2 darts out the board.
Richie Bennett's wrapped his around his head.
It's a very much, obviously people...
What are you doing? What? Do you
Owen Binks
know
is
what
not
way?
happy with the darts route here. My word.
41. How are you going to do what?
Keegan, that is perfect.
That is perfect. You just know.
Oh, you just know.
Bang on cue.
James said to me, "Do you mind if I hit a 180 against you? Can I give you the famous shrug?" And I said, "Yeah, of course not. No, mate. No, you crack on." Not realising it was going to be 3 times.
Did I still do VCS?
Oh,
what a swagger. What a swagger.
Did you get that on video?
Double 17 as well. He put no effort into that, nor that.
Oh, behave.
He
Game
got
shot
it!
on the board.
It's in! It's in!
Adrian Lewis and Jack May.
Yeah, thinking.
9.
Surely you won 3 a.m. Hey.
No score! No score! What a day they've had.
Yeah, really hoovers on you.
Are they ready?
Oh, what a shot!
162?
A shot.
62.
How does it feel to get one over Jack, mate?
Yeah, it feels amazing. Yeah, he's not very good, so it's, maybe I'll pick a better opponent next time. We'll see. No, it's good. I like him. I love him.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to crown the winning team. It's Team Cole Anderson James!
And highlights of that is available on the Super Series YouTube channel featuring Adrian Jackpot Lewis and Jackmate, the Happy Hour podcast host. And one of Owen Binks' friends, and that was actually the one thing we did learn yesterday. Owen Binks has a friend, everybody.
Owen Binks is the referee for anybody who's tuning in for the very first time on Pluto TV this morning. Oh, there he is. Did you get that on video, by the way? That's it. Back to work. Back to the serious darts. Let's see who's going to go to 4 points, because everybody else has got 2, apart from Carl Gabriel. He's played some decent darts today, but he's going to find himself at the bottom of the table at the end of the second round.
It's Jasper to throw first. Game on.
Are there locks to the commentary box door? Because I reckon we might need it if Owen gets wind of what we've just said.
97.
The word in the English language that is screaming at me right now is bothered.
130.
You might think that Brian Roman's just gone off there with a very unnecessary shot, but there is actually a great deal of sense in what he's just done.
49.
Takes a little bit of time to explain, but the short version is, if you score 105 or 130 to start,
140.
you can still get a 10 darter.
Well, that's part of the reason why they call him the Riddler, because
96.
he has so many questions and so many answers. He just knows everything. And as you mentioned, the 180 there leaves himself on 51 after 9.
This could be a bit of a baptism for Scarrett. Because if Brian's in this sort of mood, who knows what's next?
47.
Now things could become a bit precarious. He's on double 2. Scarrett, yes, not on a finish, but if he can set up well here, then Roman is still left in a tricky spot.
59. Brian number corner 4. Game shot.
He's not in a tricky spot.
Brian Roman.
He's just taking a 13 darter on double 2.
Second leg against Brian to throw first.
Totally normal Brian Roman play.
You know that checkout he took the last time he was here? That 132? Was it Bull 32 Bull? And he gave us that lovely wink to the camera. The funny thing was, it was flashy,
60.
but it wasn't out of character. Nothing would surprise me with Brian this week. Nothing.
100.
He leaves you guessing. That's what he does.
The only time he's really had me flummoxed,
41.
I think it was at the back end of Group A that week, where he tried to break the record for the most amount of bulls in a leg. He had 4. He tried to get 5, and he just missed out on the 5th one. Yes, that's right. He nearly got 5 bullseyes in a leg.
And it wasn't a challenge. It was just normal leg play.
Correct. And I'm sure he did that because earlier in the week I'd mentioned
94.
that at the World Championship, Dimitri van den Berg has had a leg with 4 bullseyes. Don't be surprised if he wins this group with a couple of games to spare, that if he tries to break that.
Well, now you've just said it, he'd try.
There's a small matter of trying to win a group
97.
first. That's what has got to come first.
He was saying to me earlier on this morning that darts for him is in as good a place as it's been for a very, very long time. Spending a bit of time practicing with Dimitri these days. And you're certainly seeing the effects of it.
Brian Roman.
Well, there's one ball, and that's 2-0.
So leg against Jasper to throw first. Game on.
Do you see that practice partnership as something that would work for both parties?
180.
I very much like that visit from Scarrett, but I'd like to think that practice partnership would work.
23.
We know that Dimitri needs something to get him going for this new phase of his career, and I suppose Brian is someone that has had to go through some difficult times
82.
before having this renewed attitude, so maybe he is the right person.
And he's a rather energetic individual as well, Brian, so he's somebody that would very much be able to get that enthusiasm going again.
I think that's the main point. Darts can be the best thing in the world
81.
until it's not. Try juggling a difficult career, travelling from place to place, and life constantly getting in the way. This is really hard for some of these parties. It's very uncomplicated for people like Scarrett. His darting universe consists of York and Portsmouth. So far.
98.
As for Roman, anywhere in Europe.
140. Just be required 60.
Well, this to get a leg back and to try and swim against the tide of the Brian Roman storm.
Game shot.
Gets one back, poses the question, but the only problem is it's a holder throw where he desperately needs a break. And this may well be the leg where he may have to get it.
92.
Earlier on in the coverage, we were talking about the National Football League in America when the Americans are on the stage. The Army actually have
60.
A football team. They have an annual game against Navy.
It was played at Fratton Park this year. I commentated on the match. It's a very good occasion. There was about 4,000 people at Fratton Park for it. Raise money for charities and
121.
things like that. It's a very, very good occasion and very well attended and very historic. And trust me, they want to get the one up on one another.
134.
Of course they do. They all work together to protect their countries, but there are intramural rivalries within those systems. Air Force, Marines, Army, Navy, you name it. They all want to beat each other at something. And Kelly Holmes, of course, the great athlete, Dame Kelly Holmes here in the UK. She was a member of the armed forces herself before she was winning Olympic gold.
Yeah, the men's game took place at Fratton Park. The women's game took place at Wesley Park, home of Haventon Waterlooville FC. Most famous for leading twice at Liverpool back in the FA Cup in 2008.
Stop saying Liverpool.
6. Jasper, you require 137.
Jasper looking for a rasper.
Brian
Okay. Nothing Brian will do this week will shock me, but why
Jasper, you
did Jasper just go for treble 20 on 97? Bullseye, and this would hurt.
52.
That one had a look. I'm still trying to wrap my brain around going for treble 20 on 97.
It can't be anything more than just a slip of the brain, I reckon, at that present moment in time.
Game shot.
And Roman finally finds a double one to move 3-1 to the goods.
The Vegas Jasper to throw first. Game on.
There you go. Roman using his noodle. He doesn't mind that we call him the noodle.
55.
What's already happening here, courtesy of a lot of hard work that he's put in, is his rhythm here on Monday morning is better than it was in the previous series.
41.
If he can keep that rhythm going, this could be his week, you know. There's not a great deal of threat so far in this group. I think the biggest threat comes from Group B. Because Kurt Parry's dangerous, Ronan McDonough is lively, Chaz Barstow is in really good form ahead of playing for his country in South Korea in a few weeks' time.
97.
I think there's 6 players this week that looked at this lineup and thought, I've got an opportunity here. Spellman, Barstow, Parry, Jason Brandon, Carl Wilkinson played well last time he was here. Ronan and Brian, I think they'll all fancy their chances. There's an interesting one in terms of the betting. I'll come back to that in the next leg, or maybe the next match, because a man looking to wrap this up 4-1.
56.
I like the use of the 18s there a lot. That made a lot of sense.
So 108
108
to complete a 4-1 victory. Treble 16 was the location with Dart 2, but not the target he could find, and so Scarrett 111.
77. Just be required 111.
Intelligent last start there from Brian. Scarrett needs 51 and tops. He's not going to take it out.
85.
So if this game was a pie, Brian is now looking for the cool whip.
And he picks the points up, and he's going about his business really well here. 2 wins out of 2 for Brian O'Man, and maybe he's the player that's beginning to stake a claim in this Group A. 2 really useful performances, a 4-1 win there over Jasper Scarrett. Alex Spellman and Stein de Klerk is after the break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've seen 6 games on this Monday morning, and so far so good as far as Brian O'Man is concerned. 2 wins from 2 for the Belgian so far, and he's the player that leads the way in this Group A, the only player still preserving a 100% record in the group. The only player about to win is Carl Gabriel so far. 2 defeats and 2 for him. Everybody else with a solitary win apiece as we enter round number 3, which kicks off with a meeting between Alex Spellman and Stein de Klerk. It's a meeting of the United States of America and Belgium to kick off round 3 of our day here in Portsmouth. For Alex so far, a win and a defeat. A 4-0 loss to Jason Brandon. His Oprah was followed up with a 4-2 win over Carl Gabriel, hitting a 150 finish en route to a 4-2 win in that particular match. For Stein, he would lose out 4-1 to Brian O'Man, his Oprah, but then would beat Jason Brandon, the man that defeated Alex Spellman
First leg, it's Alex
in his
to throw
opener
first.
in game
on.
number 2 of the session. Paul Nicholson is with me here in the commentary box for the duration of Monday's play, and for Alex so far, it's been steady, hasn't it?
I don't think he's going to be happy with steady. He's a man of exacting standards, and he's already shaking his head because he had 2
45.
darts veering to the 5 again. That is something he's going to have to figure out.
He's a man that's had a 28-point haul in a Group A before. The only player to beat him in that group, Jared Cole.
No shame in that. He's somebody else who's going to South Korea soon for the World Cup. It's been an interesting season for Alex. I think there was a lot expected of him in 2025.
100.
Form earlier in the year, maybe not as sparkling as he would have liked. On the CDC circuit,
55.
in particular, that was dominated by Adam Savada, who was a seriously good player. But recently, when he went to Illinois, he did pick up a title. He beat Dave Cameron 7-0 in the final as well. And he was able to back that up with a final the next day where he lost out to our good friend Sto Bunce. So his form is starting to turn around gradually here. And just knowing how Alex operates and bearing in mind some of the interviews he's done with us in the past, I think him coming here at this point in time is perfect
139.
to try and figure out where he is right now.
And particularly as well with what's at play for the end of the year, a couple more Pro Tour events and obviously spots opening up for the World Championship. Alex Spellman will be looking for a return to that come the end of 2025. Coming 4th on the CDC Order of Merit
Games on the first
is the man
leg,
they call
Alex
the Jackal. Well, they'll be hoping it's going to be the week of the Jackal.
Second leg, it's Stein to
Have you
throw
seen that
first.
programme with Eddie Redmayne yet? Beautiful.
Heard a lot about it.
Honestly, I think it's the type of programme you'd enjoy watching. I'd put it on the
100.
to watch list if you get 5 minutes.
I'll watch it when it comes on Pluto TV.
Plenty on the Pluto TV, plenty of programmes that you can
100.
watch to your heart's content. Judge Judy, The A-Team, Taxi.
100.
You could actually watch DP World Tour Golf. I know that'll be right up your street, Nico.
Yeah, that's right up my alley. Yeah, Tristan Lawrence yesterday in Switzerland was excellent. He was being hunted down by Rasmus Højgaard and by Matt Wallace, but Tristan Lawrence of South Africa had a bit of a day yesterday at Cron-sur-Sierre. And someone's just had a bit of a moment. De Klerk, he's causing problems for these players on Monday morning.
There is a Pokemon channel, and De Klerk caught all 3 in the treble 20 bed there.
96.
Fallon Sherrick would be loving that Pokemon channel. She's a big fan. So is Ryan Searle, I'm told.
73. Alex, you're 170.
Each to their own. There's only one way to get this. Got to catch them all. And that one gets away.
45. Standing requirement for
Probably
48.
appropriate talking about video games with Alex Spellman, knowing what he does day to day. Double 16 for declared to level up at one apiece. Yeah, here's some of the programs you can watch on Pluto TV. Obviously, when we're done, you've got the Matlock channel. You got Knight Rider, CSI. The South Park channel starts at 9 o'clock.
I didn't know there was a Matlock channel. That's a game changer.
The DP World Tour channel. You got Hell's Kitchen.
You can keep that.
Oh, see, older Hell's Kitchen was good. You know when he had no filter and he would call everybody every name under the sun.
Well, if you like channels where you're going to get shouted at, just stick with the darts because the referee's going to shout at the players. Isn't that right, Owen?
180.
Perfectly timed. Thank you, Alex. Proving the point eloquently.
And just to finish off, you can also watch Hawaii 5-0 and Baywatch.
I've already watched Baywatch. On Pluto TV. Quite a few times.
58.
Alex Spellman bust a 180 on Pluto TV yesterday.
On 178?
Yes.
Doesn't want to do it again.
42.
Although, even if he did, he'd still be back.
Pretty much like yesterday.
140.
That's good. He's going to have the luxury of splitting that as well. And if I may say so, I think going 6 for double 16 for the way his darts are flying is not the right thing to do.
Alex, you require 38.
So he decides to go for it.
No score.
And it doesn't work this time.
And Declare's kind of hit a little bit of a wall here, hasn't he, as we
60.
Reach the midway point of the session. Double 18 for Spellman to put his nose 2-1 up.
That's a bit defensive.
Game shot at
That's a bit good.
Alex Spellman.
Took him a little bit of time to get over the line, but the superior scorer gives him, give him that chance.
Game on.
Just starting to knit something together. You can tell by his facial expressions that he's trying to figure out what's happening.
100.
He's very much a see a problem, find a solution and do it kind of guy.
And that's kind of the prognosis of his day-to-day job, where you can see on the shirt of his, he does a lot of coding for video games, and I believe it's Fortnite, isn't it? Is the famous one that he's done coding for.
100.
He's one of the developers and helped make that game a reality. He'll be hoping not to do an L come the end of this match.
57.
It's a dance in Fortnite.
I sincerely, for the last 10 seconds, have hoped that the commentary box was Fortnite in real life, because you would have been toasted.
100. Starting number 100.
Everybody watching Henry Deacon can't dance. And when he tries to, it is like watching someone's dad dance. Very badly.
99.
Declare look at 62 to level this game up at 2 apiece. Just when it looked like Alex Spellman was beginning to really get a stranglehold of the contest.
44. Stein requires 62.
The only bright side is that Alex has left to finish. Double 16.
30. Alex, you require 160.
That could have been stopping Spellman from getting a shot at this. As it turns out, he is getting a shot. A shot at tops. That is wonderful.
On the fourth leg.
It just goes to
Alex
show
Spellman.
when you've got a little bit of quality in this group, if you make one little error, it could change everything.
Well, that is absolutely remarkable from Alex Spellman. The 160 joins the 150 in his big ton-plus catalogue for the day. Leads 3-1, averaging 97.33. He's just had that little bit too much for Stein so far.
This is pretty much the kind of
100.
level he was finding in beating Dave Cameron in that 11th event on the CDC Tour this year in Illinois. It's a bit of a trek from North Carolina to get to Illinois. You can't drive that in a day, I don't think. That's definitely a flight job.
Which is probably part of the reason why a lot of the players that we see emerge from the United States are kind of in their mid to late 20s, early 30s. Because when you think about the amount of travelling that you've got to do, it doesn't really converse for it to be in a young man's game when you consider the commitment that a younger person would have to make on top of everything else they do in their lives.
60.
Well, let's be frank then, because there are some people at this level of the sport who play this game as a profession. It is their full-time job. The majority, however,
45.
balance starts with what they do. Monday to Friday, Saturdays and Sundays on a regular basis. And Spellman is one of them.
60.
That's why you find a lot of people who succeed in the sport started as self-employed because they gave themselves the time off. They were willing to take the risk.
43.
And at this level, it is a risk. Unless you pick up that £25,000 at the end, which Jeff Smith has just done,
85.
you're going back to work on Monday.
Well, even at the top level, you don't win your first game on a Pro Tour, you come home with no money.
Which is the way it should be.
I'm not going to stir that hornet's nest again.
Yeah, please don't.
129.
No point
Steiner
rewarding
of
people who don't do
136.
anything right.
Well, Spellman's done a lot right in this game. And he's on the cusp of completing a 4-1 victory if he can take this 54 checkout. It's been really solid. The 160 turned the game in his favour and then ruthlessly disposes of Stein de Klerk in the leg thereafter. In the end, the average just over 90, but it was the 160 who declared sat for 2-2. That was the big difference in that one. And Alex Spellman gets his second consecutive win, a 4-1 success over Stein de Klerk. Coming up next, Cal Gabriel takes on Brian Roman. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanauskas!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
We're at the midway point of our session here at the Modus Super Series, and before the break we saw Alex Spellman get the better of Stein de Klerk by 4 legs to 1. Game 8, a meeting between Brian Roman and Carl Gabriel. Roman preserving the only unbeaten record left in this Group A, whilst for Carl Gabriel the only player yet to get off the mark. So one would say that this would be a convincing and comprehensive win for Brian, all things considered, so far today. But what case would you give for Carl Gabriel in this one, Nico?
He does have the throw, which is a good start. But when you're going up against someone who hasn't lost, you will feel like you're up against it.
85.
Like I said earlier, Carl's a very raw player. We actually used to say it about Brian.
100.
But over the course of the last 4 or 5 years, he's harnessed his skills. He's made sure that his bad darts are a lot better than they used to be.
100.
That is something that Carl's going to have to do if he wants to find that next level of play.
Well, Brian today is most certainly finding that. Another 180 to add to a tally which was 3 prior to this game.
92.
Expect plenty. Even when he has a bad group, he still gets a stack of 180s.
134.
Leaves himself an 87 after 9. Potential 11 darter here for the Whittler to get this game underway.
87.
Double 5.
Game shot.
And the Riddler gets a tiddler.
Brian Roman.
Not really, it's a 12 darter. But he's in a very fine mood today. He looks energetic, he looks ready, he looks motivated. And because of those reasons, everybody should be on watch.
140.
If Brian Roman was a car,
85.
he would be going through the gears into sport mode right now, putting his foot on the pedal.
140.
If he was a car, he'd be Alfa Romeo. Because they look brilliant. Every now and again, they somewhat infuriatingly break down.
100.
But when you see them, you can't resist them. And he's only 28. He's 28.
45.
He's nowhere near his peak yet.
121.
And it's felt like he's been around this game forever.
93.
Only because he has. He was WDF World #1 at the age of 23. Got his tour card. Didn't quite work out on tour, but there are signs that he's getting back to that player that really was the dominant force on that circuit for a good couple of years. 12 darter followed by 13 darter. 25 darts for 2 legs. 2-0 Roman.
Third leg, it's Cole to throw first.
And I'm going to say one other thing as well. I mentioned the word patience with Brian earlier on, and you somewhat quizzically said you don't associate patience with Brian,
140.
and you're right. But maybe recently in Sweden,
60.
he's learned a lesson or two, because in his quarter-final, he had to go through Liam Mendel-Lawrence.
41.
That's like trying to wait for a fridge to thaw. And then he went through Marco Cantilla in the
56.
final, and he's not exactly the quickest. But he was able to beat them convincingly to get that second WDF ranking title of the season on top of what he did in Romania earlier in the year.
125.
So that tells me that something is cooking in the right direction.
100.
Yeah, one of those players where he's going to have plenty of options at the end of the year, Brian, a man in a good position to qualify for the ADC Global Championship, in a good position to qualify for the Lakeside, and obviously there'll be a Western European qualifier for the PDC World Championship at the Alexandra Palace in due course as well.
56.
Yeah, I wouldn't mention that qualifier when Jimmy Van Skis are on, by the way. Doesn't get the 60. So Roman is still in this third leg, only just.
59.
We've already seen one comical 70 checkout today from Alex Spellman. So what has Gabriel got up his sleeve?
96. Colin, we're going 76.
Well, he's looking at 76 to reduce the gap to 2-1.
Game show
Does
the
exactly
third leg.
that.
Goal, Gabriel.
He's only had one opportunity. He's taken said opportunity.
Fourth leg, it's Brian to throw first.
That's really good.
Game on.
Textbook stuff.
53.
Nice to see more and more names coming from Africa, isn't it? Because when we had our friend Hilton Klein here a year ago, we did speculate how many nations we'd see from Africa over the
32.
coming 12 to 15 months. We've had Botswana, we've had Kenya, we've had South Africa.
98.
It's not just the same names as well. It's not just Simon Adams, Peter Wachuri, and Devin Peterson. We're seeing more and more and more. The way that Carol Listen played a few weeks ago, he was exceptional.
Well, it took a very good version of Danny Van Truyt to dethrone in somebody that you think could have a very good run of it in this series.
I really do.
$63.
By the end of this series, it will be a year since Darius Labanauskas won a title. Time has flown.
81.
The last words said by Darius in this building when he left that night, "See you at the Palace."
Last word he said to me
100.
was, yes.
$137.
That's very handy. Time will tell. But maybe the biggest question mark this week over Brian is, how does he handle disappointment? He might not have to if he plays this way.
Game show on the fourth leg.
That is just typically brilliant from the Riddler.
Rat-a-tat-tat.
Fifth leg, it's Cole to throw first. Game.
Don't talk to me about rats today.
$34.
Haven't seen him misstart at a double yet.
Yeah, been a really good contest.
59.
Really good performance from a man so far. 3 for 3 in his doubles. Average just under 95 so far.
There's definitely something in there, isn't there, with Gabriel? You can tell that he's playing some very decent stuff.
140.
You know how Simon Adams always said that when he came here, he'd always be better than he is supposed to be?
140.
I'm starting to get the same feeling about Gabriel here. I think in this company, on this hockey, in these conditions, because conditions are really good, not too hot for the start of September.
82.
I think he might thrive this week. Even if he doesn't get through to Saturday or win the week, he might find that next level he's looking for.
Plenty to unpack from those particular observations. First things first, I think he's the type of player, and this is no disrespect to Devin Peterson, by the way. that maybe he's just a little bit more comfortable playing on his own than he does playing in a pairs environment. And secondly, there was a very interesting conversation that I had with Cameron Carolison when he was here. And he was basically mentioning that when he's playing in certain places like Kenya, the temperature actually hardens the balls up. So actually the conditions to play in are virtually impossible to play good darts, just because of the environment in some of the nations that they play on the African tour. It's too warm to be able to play conducive darts because the dart ball is made of a living material which, when it gets hot, it dries up and cracks up.
That's no laughing matter, so nobody's cracking up here. Another good shot on double two found. Gabriel being very competitive here, even though average-wise he's been outgunned.
109.
But you're absolutely right. And so is Cameron, because it's difficult playing here on a perfect stage, on a perfect board, when it's about 25 degrees outside. Can you imagine what it's like if it's 10 plus more in an environment that isn't as enhanced as this place? It must be really hard. I've played in the Central Highlands Open in Ballarat in Australia, and that is just a small venue, an hour and a half outside of Melbourne, and it was so hard. Temperature was 45 degrees. It was tough.
Well, Gabriel here is threatening the comeback charge. He's brought his game up to a level akin of that of Rahman right now. Leads himself on 81 after just 9 darts thrown.
.92.
That's a good find. That's an intelligent switch as well. Okay.
66.
Not you as well.
Ryan, they require 130.
Well, Luke Little has started doing it, and now everybody wants to do it.
And they shouldn't. Did he just get through there?
105.
Well, that was a bulldozing second dart.
15.
We did say that Brian might have to handle disappointment at some point this week. Is now one of those moments.
He's
going to have to win the last leg if he wants to stay undefeated.
Got to give a lot of credit here to Carl Gabriel, who stepped up.
Game on.
When that man was beginning to run away with the contest. From 3-1, the game's back at 3-3. And Gabriel has the darts in this last leg to get the job done.
56.
Gabriel wins this, everything's congested. I do have one more game to go in round 3 with Brandon up against
45.
Scarrett. But with Jason on 2
58.
and Jasper on 2, a win here for the man in black will make sure that everybody's within 2 points of each other after 3 rounds. Doesn't get any tighter than that.
Group which, in fairness, we did think on paper would be very tight, would play out exactly to that kind of plan.
43. $60.
He's just leaning into some of those darts, isn't he? It's not a comfortable lead.
140.
You can tell what he was thinking. He's thinking, leave that 164. I can take that out to win this game.
100.
This is very much in the balance. Great burst. A couple of 140s to leave himself on 64, but the destiny of the game isn't in his hands. Oh, it's interesting. But I don't think he had enough room
80.
in that treble 16.
64.
The second time around.
So 64 for a man to win the match. Double 16.
32.
Doesn't go.
Carly requiring 56.
He's had 6 visits to win the game. Gabriel gets the 7th visit and is able to get across the line. He was outgunned for most of that match, but he's the first person to beat Brian Roman this week. That might sting a little bit if you're Brian, because he had the better numbers. But towards the end, it was Gabriel that was able to use the throw to its full degree.
$54. Charlie Maguire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
There's always that little bit of what ifs. You know, what would have happened if my mind is right? I think you see glimpses of that where in my life on the Pro Tour where I, you know, put something really special together, and that's what can happen. So that I think at the top of my game, one of the most dangerous players you'll find.
Just a little bit of a glimpse into one of the Tungsten Talks we will be releasing on Pluto TV soon. A bit of a chat with Dawson Marshall, one of the 2 Canadian players who took part in international pairs last week. It wasn't meant to be for Smith, the Series 11 champion, and of course the returning Dawson Marshall from Medicine Hat in central Canada. But that'll be an interesting chat with someone who's had a very interesting few years at the top level of the sport. Has had a bit of a break recently, but these two aren't getting a break as they will do battle now in game number 9. And with this group completely congested, What we're going to have at the end of this game
First leg, it's
is
Jason
3
to
players
throw
on 4
first.
points, 3
Game
players on 2, and then we go to the final couple of furlongs. Brandon's had the performance of the day in the very first game of the day, taking out Alex Spellman by 4 legs to 0.
140.
He'd like a little bit more like that one right now, as opposed to what he was delivering against Stein de Klerk in game 5, where he lost by 4 legs to 2.
Yeah, a little bit up and down so far as Jason Brandon is concerned. But a player that, as you mentioned, at the
100.
top of the programme with immense ability, and minimum requirement for him will be a good week would be Saturday, wouldn't it, for him?
99.
And then from that point onwards, his expectations will become rather lofty. Of that, there's absolutely no doubt.
This part of the world is famous for many, many things. Not just the Tennessee Titans, who've never won a Super Bowl. They were very close about 20 years ago. In fact,
Jason,
they were only 1
136.
yard away. Brandon doesn't care about that because he's a Lions fan. He likes the Detroit Lions. And over the last couple of seasons, they've been very, very good.
26.
With Jared Goff at quarterback and a very solid defense.
They know one of those teams that never won a Super Bowl.
Correct.
140. Jason, you've got 110.
51 now. And tops.
70.
Scarrett leaves himself on 163, which of course can't be done now.
65.
And his preceding shot was 140, so
Jason, you've got 140.
he's only got himself to blame.
So double top for Brandon. Well, that has been done, and he does find himself on the board, leading 1-0 in this match.
So what do you think is the
Second leg
most
is
famous
Jasper
thing
to throw
about Tennessee?
first. Game on.
Because there are many, many things.
Well, I suppose the whiskey's up there.
Yep, the famous Tennessee whiskey sung by
80.
arguably the world's greatest voice in Chris Stapleton. If you've never heard his voice before, I'd be very surprised. He sang the national anthem at the Super Bowl last year
140.
and was bringing people to tears. His voice is unbelievable.
Wasn't Mila Kunis from Tennessee?
I know Mila Kunis is half Russian.
140.
I don't know which state she's from. But Tennessee's obviously got some very big towns. Memphis, Nashville,
90.
Chattanooga, the host of the Choo Choo Classic Darts Tournament, of course. But I had a chat with Larry Butler a few years ago, and I said, if you were going to go to America and you wanted to see something and you wanted to have some good fun, which town would you go to? And he, with no hesitation, said, you got to go to Nashville.
Very big place for country music is Nashville. They have a massive, they have like a massive festival, don't they, every single year of country music.
170.
Yeah, I know a couple of people who've been to Nashville. Raymond Van Barneveld, one of them, and he said it was just unbelievable.
Anyway, from Nashville to North End, Brandon looking at 132.
Yeah, I don't think Swedish House Mafia are going to release a song called that.
$48. Just be
That
back one,
could be
83.
okay. Depends on what Scarrett does right now.
$51.
Wasn't close.
Jason, you've got 84.
He'd be disappointed with that one. Brandon definitely could swoop here. That's a fortunate treble.
It's the bull.
59.
And he almost managed to get himself out of jail there. Scarrett 32 to level this game up a one apiece. A click of the barrel and into the bed. And we are back on level terms at one apiece.
Third leg is Jason to throw first. Game on.
You know what the best thing is about the Modus Super Series?
100.
Don't get me wrong, there are plenty of great things about this place, but I think this game typifies why this is so important. Where else in the world
121.
would Jasper Scarrett play Jason Brandon? The answer is nowhere. There's no way that Jason Brandon is travelling halfway across the world to play in the Yorkshire Classic. As for Jasper Scarrett, he's not going to be travelling to the Shoot for the Moon tournament or the Choo Choo Classic in Tennessee. The only place they would play each other would be here or somewhere like the ADC Global Championship.
140.
Which there will be a North American qualifier for. Obviously, we have a North American qualifier with Jess Smith having automatically won his passage through.
100. Jason, you've got 121.
1-2-1 is a finish you've already seen today. Carl Gabriel took it out in his game against Alex Spellman. Jason Brandon, though, isn't going to find something similar, but is going to leave himself on tops after 12.
I don't know if you've noticed, but Scarrett is using a variation of a Gezi Price start.
Jason, 40. Game shot a third leg.
That's a variation on a 13 darter. Right on the nose.
Full flag is Jasper to throw
2-1 to the American.
Is Tennessee somewhere that you'd want to go, Henry?
I can't say it's absolutely at the very top of this, and that's not a disrespect to Tennessee. I'm sure that the people of Tennessee probably aren't crying at the fact of, oh, Henry Deacon doesn't want to be. Oh, I found another famous Tennessean. Is that what they call them? Tennesseans? Well, they are now. Justin Timberlake.
41.
I want to know how you know that. Because of Simon the director who told me right in my ear. But anyway, Jason Brandon looking to use his arms to good effect here.
Why do I feel like I've just gone through a black hole? I just need a little bit of proof there as to whether we're from different generations, Henry. I think you've just proven it. But that is how you leave a finish from 305. That tells me something about Brandon as well. That he can count better than Leonard Gates.
Jason, you've got 167.
167. Bullseye, does he go for it? Yes, he does, and he grazes the 25.
We do have some very good friends from the United States tuning in at all times. And if you are, we wish you well. Thank you for tuning in with us at this early hour of your morning. It'll be breakfast time in Tennessee, and they'll be very happy to see that Brandon is now 3-1 up.
Averaging here just a shade under 99. Find the levels akin to that he found in that opening win, that opening flurry against Alex Spellman.
You know the guys who do a great deal of content in the USA.
100.
Recently did a Q&A with Alex Spellman, and they asked him his favourite tournament. He said Modus.
$63.
Well, the conditions for players are just set perfectly, aren't they? The throws specifically designed for the players. During the week, you've got the perfect environment to play your best darts because there's no distractions.
I was talking to Dawson Marshall on Saturday about darts settings and darts stages.
100.
He was telling me that one of the best things about this place is just how matte it is behind the board. Nothing distracts you. That's why it was done this way.
89.
There are people who make their darts caves, their darts rooms, and they make them very detailed with pictures on the walls and things like that. When in fact, the right thing to do is what we've done here. Make it as plain as possible. Because that's how it is when you hit the big stages.
3 years on Wednesday
60.
from opening night here in the Live Lounge when Kieran Tian picked up the title.
125.
Stephen Burton lost a dart.
Jason, you require 152.
Did he get it back?
Yes, eventually we managed to find his address and we shipped it over. This for the match.
128.
That's a great visit.
Jasper, you
Scarrett has been up against it pretty much since the first half of the first leg in this one. Can he hang on? To his credit, he does. That's a wonderful out.
Jasper Scarrett.
Well, that's a skin saver for Scarrett to keep himself in the contest, and that's his second ton plus check of the day. He also had the 106 earlier on in proceedings.
140.
And how many times have we seen this today? A mini revival from somebody when they find themselves
96.
with their back firmly against the wall. We saw it in the previous game, didn't we, from Carl Gabriel against Brian Roman, where he found himself in a difficult spot but was able to come out the other side.
Jason does have a ranking title win this year. He had to travel to get it.
140.
He went all the way to Portland, Maine, which is right in the northeast corner of the United States. You can pretty much see Canada from there.
100.
He won an event called the Port City Open. I can get behind that name. That makes sense. Beat Bruce Robbins in the final by 5 legs to 2. But his quarter-final opponent, what a name this is. Little John Boy. That's his real name. Shots on. Not for long.
Although there would be an irony if he was a 7-foot giant, wouldn't there?
78. Jason, you require 167.
167 for Brandon to win this game 4-2. If not, Scarrett should get a dart to level this up.
That's in.
97. Jasper, you require 83.
Game on or game over? Don't make an error here. Don't miss your single. He doesn't. And he doesn't miss the bull either. A little bit of that evidence that we needed to prove what Martin Turner was telling you, Henry. He said he's been cleaning up in Yorkshire. If he's throwing darts like that, we're going to have to believe him.
Could well be cleaning up here. We go all the way to a last leg decider. Brandon with the darts. Remember, he had led this game by 3 legs to 1. It's a lead that he's let slip. Is the game about to be let slip as well?
63.
I hate to talk about that Port City Open one more time, but I can't let this slide. I really can't. At one point this week, we're going to talk about Jason's first name because it's getting closer to Halloween, isn't it? So Jason is the one with the hockey mask. But in the last 32 of that tournament, Bruce Robbins, who made the final and lost to Jason, his opponent was called Fred Krueger.
Surely not.
Imagine if that's your name. And you decide to go to a Halloween party not as Freddy Krueger.
100.
Freddy versus Jason.
Only in this sport. Incredible.
100.
Coincidentally, the person that Jason beat in the last 32 was a guy called Todd Bumgarner. Got to give these guys a mention. They might just be inspired
140.
to get themselves through qualifiers and into a tournament like this. Inspiration is what Jason needs right now. If he wants to get this second win of the day, he might just get it.
80.
And that would have been some way to have got Jasper Scarrett's number. He's looking at the 138, not to be, and so Brandon will get more opportunities to cross the line.
Now, is he going to go for 38 the same way that Alex Spellman did?
Jason, you require 38.
0 split. Got to go over the top.
No score.
And that's what he wasn't able to do.
Jasper, you require 100.
He thinks he might have let this one slip. He might be right.
He is right. That second ton plus checkout secures Jasper Scarrett a win on the stage, a second win on the stage. He beats Jason Brandon 4-3. Brandon, who got off to such a good start, having averaged a ton in his opening match, has lost his second two. 95.71 the average, that being defined. 4-3 to Scarrett, next up to Claire and Gabriel. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've completed 9 matches on this Monday afternoon. Before the break, Jasper Scarrett got the better of Jason Brandon by 4 legs to 3. Now, as far as the table is concerned, nobody now with a 100% record, nobody without a win. Brian Man still leads the way on legs difference, but Alex Spellman and Jasper Scarrett both with 2 wins apiece. Jason Brandon, Carl Gabriel and Stein de Klerk with just the solitary success between the 3 of them as we enter round 4 of the day. And a meeting between de Klerk and Gabriel on the cards. Steiner ADC qualifier, qualifying his way through the ADC European Order Merit up against Carl Gabriel, the South African who has previously partnered Devon Peterson at the World Cup of Darts, partnered him last week at the International Pairs, but this time very much doing it on his lonesome and hoping to, well, show him and kind of showcase what the African continent has to offer.
First
So
leg,
Cameron
it's
Kowalison
Stein
come
to throw first.
almightily
Game on.
close to picking up the title in the week that he was in, week 12 of the previous series. Carl, well, first things first, hope to get through to Saturday night, but a long way to go until then.
Absolutely. Well, it is the 1st of September. And like we said at the top of the show, this is really where the dart season kicks in. We did have a European Tour event finish yesterday. That event, when you come back from the World Series, is traditionally where things start. The race for the Grand Prix,
60.
Race for the European Championship, and everything that's just attached to that. But the same can now be said for the Modus Super Series, because I don't think it's an accident that the final series of the year starts on September the 1st. This is where the dart season really is in its element.
85. Stein, you're back on 161.
If I may say so as well, there are going to be a lot of dart players around the world saying to themselves, I've been playing all year, I haven't won yet.
54, Stein, you're back on
And if
96.
you haven't accomplished anything really.
Game
Well,
shot the first
de Klerk
leg.
has. He's just won that leg in
Stein
14
de Klerk.
darts. But if you
Second
can win
against Carl
between
to
now
throw
and the end of the
first. Game
season, that might have an even bigger effect than if you'd won in the first 9 months of the year.
Well, it's like Bradley
44.
Brooks won a Pro Tour, but it was the first one, well, it was the last one before the cut-off to the match play, so it served absolutely no purpose for him, although congrats.
Yeah, it was a win.
85.
But for secondary purposes, it was probably the worst time to win. Try and take it away from him, though. The way he played, he was awesome.
60.
Shall we go through all the winners this year at the Super Series? Yes, we will. The first winner of the week, Alex Small, followed by Jensen Walker,
100.
Samuel Spivey, Shane McGurk, Reese Robinson, Scott Campbell, Derek Coulson, Devon Peterson, Mervyn King, David Davies,
84.
David Evans, some bloke called Cole, Jess Smith, Scott Taylor, John O'Shea, Shane McGurk again, Andy Hamilton, Adam Gavlash, Jimmy Van Schie,
40.
Graham Usher, Derek Coulson again, Richard McKee, Jurjen van der Velde, and Danny Van Tripe.
Yeah, but merely winning the week doesn't get you a poster on the wall, does it? Winning the series does now.
$81.
And we haven't got a Belgian up
Driver
there yet.
133.
Only got one Dutch player.
I don't know, but Devon Peterson might be
59.
thinking of a John Partesk. Respect from the wall. He won the Global Championship. He's not on the wall. Respect from the wall.
You got the trophy.
105.
And a lot of money.
174.
We don't have an ADC wall here because this is the Modus Super Series. It's merely the venue for the ADC.
62. Steiner 190.
That's like saying you need a rugby league Hall of Fame at St James's Park because they hold the big weekend.
Well, they need something to put up instead of these signed
68.
D-Sac shirts.
Oliver McQuire, 12.
Way to put salt in my coffee, Henry.
Game's on the second.
And that's what Gabriel's just done to de Klerk.
If you don't hear me in the next game,
Third leg, it's Stein to throw first.
I've been taken away.
$100.
Yeah, there's a scene from The Simpsons that's going through my mind right now. It's when Milhouse has been taken away in an ambulance because he talked back to
60.
Nelson. Just watch your step. It's all going to be fine tomorrow when this transfer window nonsense is out the way.
60.
I wonder if that's why de Klerk's got the yellow flights in.
He's very much coordinated with the Modus Super Series. In fact, you could probably see him walk past the auditorium at some point, and you may well mistaken him for a member of staff.
42.
He is very well coordinated, and if I may say so, he's actually a bit of a doppelganger for a former Newcastle player called Darren Ambrose.
Oh, great name. Great player.
He's a good broadcaster as well as Darren.
43.
Everything pales into insignificance, though, to Carl Gabriel's quiff. There are skyscrapers in London that don't go as high as his quiff.
80. Carl Everett, 140.
That poor hair gel. That's a thing of beauty.
60.
Unfortunately, troubleless, keeping de Klerk in this third leg. And I was worried about this fixture. I didn't know where they'd be sitting when we came to game 10.
Carl Everett, 86.
But they're very much in this, having played 3 rounds. That's missed. So de Klerk will be licking his lips right now.
36. Stein McGuire, 76.
Prospect of a 76, so even sold 2-1 to the good. 25 ball it's going to have to beat. Bullseye is going to have to be.
27.
The bullseye is not got.
Carl Everett, 50.
He's gone for 10 tops. Now double 15. Well, that's the second time he's left it, and the second time he's missed it left.
Stein McGuire, 49.
So declare 49. 2-1 up, double 16, now double 8. Inside, 41. And so Gabriel back for another opportunity.
Require 15.
This was the risk with these two debutants. Just maybe trying a little bit too hard here.
12. Stein require 8.
Good marker.
No score.
He's just gone the wrong side of it.
Require 3.
Can't go no further than when you find yourself on 3. 1-1. Can't go much higher either. But that's perfectly in.
Carl
Gabriel gets a break and leads 2-1.
Fulberg gets Cole to throw first. Game on.
First he work this whole Super Series luck.
60.
It's the right thing to do. Drinking lots of water is good for clarity. Good for hydration. And
60.
It makes sure that you're not tired. You don't go to sleep during games because you're concentrating so much when you play this form of the sport.
85.
Someone likes H2O, someone has H2No.
123. $60.
I've been looking at the back of Carl's shirt all match, thinking when he had that designed, must have been a very short conversation.
40.
Can I have a dartboard in my name? And apparently the dartboard is being torn to shreds.
100.
It's getting mauled by the Tigers. Slightly better than being beaten by Bradford City. I don't know if you've seen that meme on the internet yet.
78.
I'm not seeing anything because Bradford City are playing Newcastle in the next round of the Carabao Cup.
Well, if you lose to them, they will chant at you, "You've just been pecked by the chickens."
26.
That's what that's about, is it? Okay. Yeah, I got a good friend called Dom Newton, does a lot of work with Bradford City. Fine chap. He'll be looking forward to that visit to St James's Park. Very much like Portsmouth, we'll be looking forward to hosting
23.
Southampton at some point this season.
Carly require
January
170.
24th. Play them in a couple of weeks' time. First game after the international break. And we go into it above them in the table. But Carl Gabriel wants the ball for the big fish.
45.
And they do very big fish in South Africa, don't they? If you want to go
76.
diving with the sharks, that's where you go. He's at the Super Series with all the Sharks. And he's succeeding. It's 3-1.
Carl Gabriel.
On away. And I tell you what, he is more than holding his own here. We kind of mentioned it a little bit earlier on, whether he might be the type of player that benefits from playing this as a solo game. Well, the evidence so far today has been indicative of that.
60.
Maybe not the kind of numbers that he wants to write home about. But it's about getting the right amount of legs.
85.
One thing I saw from the women's series recently in Milton Keynes is that great players can have bad
60.
matches and still succeed. I saw that from Rhiannon O'Sullivan. She had a really poor game in the second tournament on the Saturday, but the next time she was on the stream, she was really good.
40.
And she won the Welsh Classic over the weekend.
Yeah.
60.
Brilliant tournament that. The Welsh Open, won by the men's tournament, won by 14-year-old Mitchell Laurie. Incredible story.
Yeah, the
80.
other tournament was won by Richard Eric Rowlands from the other side of the age scale.
Yep, Richard Rowlands getting the W.
60.
Well, this one is firmly in the hands of Gabriel.
$100.
Another famous Gabriel in darts is Mr. Clemens. Probably the best player in the world not to have won
100.
a PDC ranking title yet.
Oliver got 96.
But this Gabriel might win this game right here.
60.
Not
Starting
yet.
require 161.
So Declare forced to take out the 161, and it's not going to go. It's not been his best performance, but for Carl Gabriel, these are 2 points, which
65.
doubles his tally and ensures that there's
Colin
4
McGuire,
players
36.
tied on exactly the same mark at the top of the table. Double 18.
80.
He's not there.
Steiner require
5 darts
96.
at double 18 missed. That's a bad dart, and he knows it. That's not much
24.
better, and the third one is thrust
Oliver
away in
80.
disgust. Decides to split,
14.
and it doesn't work
Steiner require
out.
72.
Whatever he's trying is just not working at the moment.
54.
I don't really know what he was trying to accomplish there. Obviously, he was going for
Colin
2 double
McGuire,
18s
4.
on 72, but that's a pretty bold move when you've struggled to hit singles in the previous visit.
So double 2 for Gabriel.
2.
Does not go.
Steiner
I
require
think that's 10
18.
for the match now. This is where things can fall apart.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
And things have
Steiner
fallen apart.
close.
He's lost that 5th leg. Should have been
Sinclair
walking back
gets
to the
Carl
practice
go
room already.
first. Game on.
You've got to get used to that feeling of being on a match shot. That's the difference between someone who's
60.
inexperienced and experienced. If you're constantly putting yourself in that position of winning, you get used to the fluctuations in
100.
heart rate, palpitations, and what your body says to you when you're on the cusp of winning.
60.
After a while, if you keep hitting doubles for matches, it becomes the norm.
100.
Everything was going so swimmingly when he was left on double 18 with 2 darts in hand, and he was miles ahead.
76.
But we saw him come back from behind to beat Brian Amann in his
100.
previous game. Is the total reverse going to happen in this one? Because Declare has managed to up it. He didn't really have to up it by much to
53.
become more competitive in this game, but that is exactly what he has been able to ascertain.
100.
Steiner's just steadied the ship here.
81. Steiner back on 101.
He's looking for a 5-ton game. That's one way to go about it, I guess. That is not the way to go about it.
85.
That's worked out pretty well in the end. Could have been a lot worse.
100. Steiner
A
back
good
on
slider
60.
with the last dart to put the pressure on. But it makes no
Games on the
difference. That's a
sixth
lovely
leg.
16-dart break, and de
Klerk.
Klerk is now favourite to win.
3-3, and we go all the
Seventh
way
and final leg. It's
to the
Stein
last
to throw first.
in this particular
Game on.
contest. Declare with the darts, having already overturned a 3-1 deficit to take us the distance. Can he complete the turnaround?
43.
Is it fair to say that this
41.
renaissance in Belgium for darts is going to stay? We had some very strong qualifiers for that Flanders Darts
100.
Trophy over the weekend. And Mario van der Behard made his first Sunday on a European Tour event over the weekend,
100.
of course. Other qualifiers were Zanti Vandenberg, who's played here in the pairs. Francois Schween, who are greatly excited.
140.
And Kim Huybrechts needs no introduction.
$100.
But the fact that they've now got 2 European Tour events and they've got more representatives here than ever, this renaissance is here to stay, isn't it?
90.
Everything looks as if it's just set for Belgium to become the next big territory where the game just continues to grow.
85.
Talk about there possibly
Steiner
being a
back on
Premier League
128.
next year with Belgium as well. There's so much that's going right for that particular part of the world.
52.
Who wins this one? If it's de Klerk, he will not believe it. And if it's Gabriel, I don't think he'll believe it. 'Cause he's already missed 10 to win 4-1.
Double top.
56.
It does a
Steiner
go.
back on 150.
Carl Gabriel had so much control of this game. Is now needing to take out the 115 to have any chance of winning it. Double 19.
96.
Doesn't go.
Steiner back
That's
on
now 2
120.
legs where he could have won this game. One more chance.
No score.
And now he's missed 4.
Carly Raguan, 19.
And so the hurly-burly goes on. It's double 8.
3.
13 darts missed for the
Steiner
match.
Raguan, 20.
Is Stein de Klerk holding a rabbit's foot in his pocket? Double 4. This is his 6th match dart. And he's the one who gets over the line. Judging by his reaction, he can't believe he's got through that one. It was a bit attritional at times. But quite frankly, it's a game that Gabriel lost. De Klerk put himself into position at the end, and the fact that he won it and gets 2 points, he will be ecstatic. It's not about the stats, it's about getting the victory, and that is something that Stijn de Klerk was able to do by 4 legs to 3.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Stijn de Klerk got the better of Carl Gabriel by 4 legs to 3. De Klerk coming back from 3-1 down, having to survive 13 match darts from his opponent there. Game number 11, 5 more to go. Sees Jasper Scarrett and Alex Spellman go head-to-head on the live lounge stage. For Spellman, after defeating his opener, he played well in the opener. He's won 2 out of 2, and you just begin to get the sense that
First leg,
maybe
it's
he's
Jasper
the player
first.
as the day
Game on.
just begins to draw towards the close. Could be the one that makes just a little bit of a move.
I'm trying to figure this table out round by round.
100.
That's not working, so let's do it game by game, shall we? Because whoever wins this game is going to lead the table. We've seen some good stuff from both players, but we've also
100.
seen some stuff that they would rather forget. It's been one of those days. Nobody has dominated this table. Doesn't look like anybody is going to dominate it.
140.
So we just have to take it one game at a time.
$100.
Which is kind of a mindset and mentality that you would suspect that Alex Spellman subscribes to anyway. Doesn't look like the type of character that gets carried away by anything. But Jasper Scarrett has kicked off tremendously here.
45. Just be require 81.
Yeah, this is his leg to lose, that's for sure. Why would you do this?
55.
I'm seeing some big weaknesses in his game tactically. He shouldn't have done that.
6.
This is the moment where he goes and hits it, right?
26. Game shot
There you go.
first leg.
He hits it.
Jasper
So he's not going to learn from that. If he's in that same situation, he's going to do the same again. What he should have done was try and hit a treble 14 or a treble 10, lay up for a sensible double. Why is double 13 the second least used? Because it's perilous. It's an odd number. Don't get me wrong, that was a great leg.
42.
But I'm going to keep an eye on his tactics this week.
Either that, we spent a lot of time with Brian, a man who basically goes for double 13 at any given opportunity.
Well, he's the exception to any rule.
135.
You could walk up to Brian and you could say, here's why you don't put chili with a certain food.
64.
And he'd say, well, here's a reason. It's a somewhat argumentative approach to his game that he's got. There's no such thing as impossible.
140.
Brian's probably going to come out and say, I've found a way you can finish 159.
Well, Alex Spellman thought he could finish 178 by hitting a 180 yesterday. He's never going to be allowed to hear the end of it. Mind you, you would know all about Famous Bus, wouldn't you? With,
59.
Was it you that was on stage with Steve Farmer?
No, it wasn't me. I did play Steve at the Worlds.
60.
But it
Alex
wasn't that game.
122.
That was quite funny.
Wires were lost. Anyway, Spellman looking at 122. And some way to go about 122 if your opponent not on a finish.
82.
Yeah, that was the right thing to do.
$180. Alex requiring 40.
Double 16 then.
24.
Well, that was just a bit messy, wasn't it?
Just be requires 74.
That does not make a dart player happy. Shots like this might.
42. Alex, you require
He's just
60.
made one person from the USA feel very miserable. He's trying to do the same to Alex.
Who has been
on the
outplayed so
second egg,
far,
Alex
but has
Spellman.
levelled this contest up at one apiece.
Third egg is Jasper to throw first. Game on.
I'm reliably informed that Spellman is a Commanders fan. Formerly the Washington football team and formerly something else as well. Well, they will open their season this week against the New York Giants, who have now got Russell Wilson at quarterback. Formerly of the Seattle Seahawks, Denver Broncos and Pittsburgh Steelers.
135.
Interesting season ahead for the Commanders. With Jaden Daniels at quarterback, he's very, very good.
100.
He's got some weapons as well. It's perfect when you think about it. If you're a darts guy,
100.
you got Modus Super Series from Monday to Saturday, and then you can just watch NFL on Sunday.
Such a great TV day, isn't it? Because you've got
81.
the Super Sunday in the afternoon. You don't need to move your zapper before then watching the NFL in the evening.
Is that what you call a remote?
The zapper.
A zapper.
The zapper.
180.
All right, answers on a postcard. What do you call your remote control?
I don't think we're having this conversation today.
It's the doofer, isn't it?
The doofer.
That's the Scottish one.
Alex, you require
The
86.
doofer. There's another stray one from Spellman. He's got the luxury of laying up for tops.
46.
I didn't do him any favours last time. The buttons. There's another one. Where's the buttons?
81. Alex, you require 40.
Won't be long before you don't need one anymore. You just need your device. Alex needs double 10 though.
20. Jasper, you
His
require
game
140.
is just not right there at the minute. It's not consistent. That one stings. 99 with 2 is impossible. No matter what Brian Roman thinks.
82.
So
Alex, you
double
require
10
20.
for Spellman to turn a 1-0 deficit into a 2-1 lead. Now that's a handy guide for him.
Games on the
Manages just
third
to
leg. Alex
sneak it
Spellman.
into that bottom corner. Spellman 2-1 up.
Full leg against Alex to throw first. Game on.
It's quite amusing, isn't it, that someone with a name like Spellman doesn't have a nickname to do with magic.
100.
I don't know where the jackal thing comes from, but I'm sure it's got a good backstory.
$44.
It's kind of a bit of a dying art, isn't it? Magic. You know, back in the day, you used to have loads of great magicians. You know, the likes of your Paul Daniels,
125.
Dynamo,
David Blaine.
Penn and Teller. Well, they're still going, but
They are very, very good. David Copperfield.
yeah,
But he's more of an
100.
illusionist, isn't he? He's not really technically a magician.
100.
It's merely misdirection, isn't it? That's what it is.
Did you ever see that guy on Britain's Got Talent who hid his identity? And then he went on the
100.
1 year and he didn't get through. The next year he went on as like no one knew who this person was. The Magician X was his name, and he came back the next year.
81.
And basically the trick that he did in the final, we call back to his first audition the year he didn't make it. It was absolutely spellbinding. If you get the chance, I'd honestly have a look at it on YouTube.
100. Alex, you require 95.
Patience can be a virtue, right?
Ironically, his name was Spellman.
Really?
Yeah, Mark Spellman. Maybe he should call himself X.
30.
I think we've got enough of that in the world.
157.
Well, this is the kind of game that Spellman should win.
60.
But we could have said that about Brandon
requires
against
65.
Scarrett just a few games ago. One daughter tops for a 3-1 lead.
45. Jasper, you
Those
require
darts are going
97.
in very sideways. I'm just not sure that they're coming out of his hand the way he wants.
So Triple AT for tops. Double top it is. And that was for a
77.
level match. So
Alex, you
Spellman
require
back
20.
double 10 to move 3-1 to the good.
Game shot on the
That's
fourth
good
leg.
enough.
Alex Spellman.
And the man who's using the Gezi Price style darts wasn't able to find tops.
Fifth leg against Jasper to throw first. Game on.
He actually is the best tops hitter in the world right now, is Price. There was some statistics revealed over the weekend where he's 44% on
100.
tops, for a very large sample size. That is quite incredible.
Actually, on the subject of X, have you seen that program with Rob Brydon, Destination X yet?
Can't say that I have.
Excellent watch. Catch it up on the channel it's on. Outside of the Pluto TV darts, of course.
140.
You are a big fan of Rob Brydon, aren't you?
Do you know what? Honestly, it's great television. Forget who hosts it. It's brilliant television. Anyone who's watched it will know exactly what I'm on about. It's it stands out from the crowd in that polluted market.
I know this is a bit of a segue, but I noticed earlier when I was doing some research on Jason Brandon that Jason's a fan of fishing. So he's been on many a fishing trip. I wonder if he's got an Uncle Bryn.
31.
Yeah, we don't talk about the fishing trip.
Yes, let's not. Should we talk about the bullseye?
170.
Not the first time he's gone for a shot with his opponent not on a finish. So obviously his mindset is, if it's there, I'm going to try and take it.
105.
I get the sense that he's a player that just works in patterns, and so instead of setting up, he'll just stick to what he knows works for him, what he knows would conventionally go.
Alex, you require 100.
He doesn't know how to take out 44. Spellman might have 100. But I don't know about that. In that spot,
60.
That's where double-double does
20.
come into play.
So 2 tens.
Game's on the 5th.
Back to 3-2. Spellman forced to serve it out.
Sick flag, it's Alex to throw first. Game on.
You can tell that Alex is working on his throw. Something is happening either in his mechanics or the way the dart is flying, and he doesn't like it.
58.
He is really working on something right now.
$60.
It's a tough place to be when you're being competitive like you are this week. But I'm sure it was the last time he was with us. He did an interview on the Tuesday morning and he said, I just want to know where I am by the end of the week. He was in the semi-finals. He lost out. But he got a lot of information about his game by the end of the week.
100.
He wants to get a weekly win because if he doesn't do it this week, he's not going to get one in 2025.
Is Spellman up there with one of the best players to have never won a week?
Yes.
94.
Because he's an excellent player. But you can only judge someone on the results they've gained, not what the potential is.
180.
Well, that's a sneaky third max of the match for Jasper Scarrett as he looks to scurry us all the way to a last leg decider.
78. Jasper, 161.
Jasper's playing a bit like Cody Rhodes here. He's becoming a bit of an American nightmare.
$53.
This game is not very simple. He's got to stay down there.
58.
He was forced to stay
Jasper,
downstairs.
108.
So 108 to take us all the way.
He's nowhere near the treble.
100.
This
Alex,
might be
you
the
record
only chance that
180.
Alex gets to win this match. He has to pounce, and he can't.
78.
There's
Jasper
that
required.
wretched 5 again.
8.
And so this, to take us to a last leg
Game's
decider,
on the
double
sixth
4 is
leg.
found. It's
Jasper
3-3.
Scarrett. 7th
Well, that
and
means
final leg.
that
It's Jasper
each
to throw first.
of the previous 4 games
Game
have
on.
gone the distance. Welcome to Series 12, everybody. It's going to be tense, tight,
60.
and dramatic.
$140.
What else in life is tense, tight, and dramatic?
60.
Bart Simpson's slingshot?
$83.
There's another one. It's the line of the dart that's got him worried. The weight of dart is something that you can fix quite simply.
60.
But if you're getting the line wrong and you're not sure why, it can plague your thoughts for hours and hours and hours.
98.
Sensible. Because now he's thinking 140 to leave tops. And he should have plenty of time to get this done. Because Scarrett has been troubleless throughout this leg.
What he'd give, what he would have given for 140 in that
40.
particular moment. It's only a 40. It does open up the door here if Scarrett can pick off a couple of trebles here.
His scores in this leg,
Alex, you require 140.
60 5 times in a row.
More blue pen leg than red pen.
100.
Oh, there's a red pen shot. It's not going to be another score of 60.
120.
It's something a little bit better. If Spellman doesn't get it done, Scarrett is ready and waiting.
Well, this game really has ebbed and flowed, but in the end, Spellman stays off the Scarrett comeback to win 4-3. And having lost his opener, he's now won 3 in a row, has Alex Spellman. He gets the better of Jasper Scarrett by 4 legs to 3. Coming up after the break, Brian the Man takes on Jason Brandon.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
We're doing a very special episode because we are looking at the 5-time world champion, Raymond van Barneveld, Glenn.
Yeah, one of the greatest throwers in the world of darts. My name is Raymond van Barneveld and this is my throw breakdown. If you think too much about how holding your dart, I'm holding my dart like this. But I'm never think about it, you know, it's just a grip.
He has quite a unique grip himself where the majority of his fingers are actually on the point of the dart.
The fingers go up towards the back and towards the front, Glenn. What's that about?
Yeah, it's a unique grip. It's a unique grip. There's a very much close up of that is, there's a lot of, remember the thumb and the first finger? I said that's your power. And Barney's not a player who's that, I mean, that wrist is just going back there. Now, I would say to someone, open the hand at that point. But actually, Barney, a lot of his work at that point is elbow and the wrist. He's a very wristy player, so that's why you're not going to get that full extension of the arm afterwards as well.
The latest edition of the Break of Throw series features around the 5-time world champion Raymond van Barneveld, Jake Kenyon in conversation with Glenn Durrant over that. Between the three of them, 8 world championship titles. Between us, there's none. Game 12 is a meeting between Brian Roman and Jason Brown. However, you want a Players' Championship finals title, and that, in my mind, goes beyond anything else achieved in the game.
Come on. It was one of the World Championship venue. I'll take that. And it's all about who wins this game now, isn't it? Belgium versus the United States. In what other sport could you possibly get that? Tennis?
First leg, it's Brian to throw first. Game on.
Not traditionally two nations that would lock horns in sport.
Maybe nowadays in soccer.
96.
At least you got the accent right.
First side for everything.
$60.
Traditionally, Belgium have had a bigger footprint
125.
in the sport of darts than the United States, but both have had massive success at the World Match Play, because the first one ever was won by the United States' very own Larry Butler, and of course in 2020 won by Dimitri van den Berg.
125.
For Brian Roman, he was hoping to have a campaign at the Lakeside similar to that of Jason Brandon, but he lost out in the third round to Francois Swain, his compatriot, by 3 sets to 2. Swain would go all the way to the semi-finals where he'd be beaten by Shane McGurk.
Francois was a decent player.
96.
We haven't seen him here, have we?
104.
Much to my surprise. I don't know what he does day by day, whether that potentially stops him from participating, as Roman looked at double 14 for the 104. But he's useful, very useful.
Just not the kind of name you want to say 3 times out loud, really, really quickly. Sensible. Very, very good. Lateral nature on the board. Treble Sorry, double 7 is
Second
blocked.
against Jason to
So
third
find an
first.
open
Game.
target. Really clever.
81.
Yeah, saying Francois' full name 3 times in a row is a bit of a vocal exercise.
60.
First time he qualified for the Belgian Darts Open. That's exactly what we were doing.
Nicknamed the Clock, isn't he?
93.
Why has he got one big hand and one little hand?
100.
He's got a massive clock on his shirt.
He must tell a lot of lies.
95.
Maybe right twice a day.
Either that, or in his previous life, he was the crocodile that scared Peter Pan.
180.
Very niche one there. So man piles in a max.
80. Brian Everett 161.
161 for 2-zip, not to be this time.
97.
For Jason Brandon, what was a
Everett
very positive
152.
start to the day, is beginning to go downhill very, very quickly.
Yeah, this is a bit odd as far as this daily campaign is concerned. He looked really good at the start.
56.
And in fairness, he hasn't
Brian Everett
dropped off the
164.
pace too much. Previous game loss of an average just under 96.
48.
Well, curiously, if another Belgian had
Jason
96,
Everett
he'd go
96.
for Shanghai in 16s. Doesn't get a shot at tops.
56. Brian Everett
So this Belgian
16.
is going for 8s. That's fortunate.
Game shot on the second leg.
If that was just a
Brian
little
Everett.
bit to the right, he'd bust that shot.
Third leg, it's Brian to throw first.
No
Game.
shenanigans, just pure focus on the face of Brian O'Man. And look, we've in the past had our question marks about certain ways he goes about his things, but there's absolutely
140.
nothing today. Maybe one shot in the very first leg of his day. Other than that, everything has been nigh on perfect for Brian.
57.
Yeah, he's been solid today. And that's what you've got to be Monday to Wednesday.
65.
Interesting that he's decided to get rid of the curly hair as well, which didn't last long.
Yep, it's gone back to the flick back look.
Yep, more Godfather
81.
than Medusa.
Tell you what, there's some hair gel on that, isn't there?
92.
Yeah, that's a very intricate operation first thing in the morning.
Slick it back.
100.
If only I was able to still have the hair to do that.
57.
There are times, Henry, I just literally don't know what to say to you.
He's gone for the old Scott McTominay look. Italy's treating him well.
There's nothing wrong with that. Scott
Brian
McTominay
Everett
is
147.
the Italian Player of the Year. Oh, he went for the bull. He wasn't far off it. That was a gutsy play.
115. Jason Everett
I tell you what,
83.
fair play to our referee, because Roman's trying to time in knots, and he's not having any of it.
The ball does it go. Roman looking at
52.
double 16 for
Brian
3-0
32.
lead.
Game shot on the
And
third
that double
leg.
16
Brian
is
Roman.
found with dart 16 of the leg. I know we sometimes... What was
Fourth leg
that
is Jason
about?
to throw first. Game.
I think the referee saw a fly. There you go. More responsibilities on the stage. Calculating the scores, player management, player security, and insect repellent.
140.
Swatting pests. But I know we have a lot of fun directed at Owen, and we do give him
140.
a bit of stick every now and then. But I'll tell you one thing. He is one of the world's utmost best officials, and sometimes it's when you're in these
93.
sticky moments, you've got players that going all over the place where you realise how good a referee is, and he really is one of the best that not just we have, but the sport has. And
140.
we are very indebted to have Owen as a part of our refereeing team here.
$58.
The only 4-0 we've
57.
seen so far today was in the first game where Brandon beat Spellman. It might be Brandon who was on the end of the next 4-0.
$100. Brian number 160.
Well, this to put the cap on what has been a really dominant display. From first start to last, he has been dialed
94. Jason number
in. And he's left himself
110.
on 70 after 12 if Brandon cannot find this.
He might find it.
90.
Now, is Roman going to go
Brian number
14s here?
70.
Nope. It's double 8.
54.
And it isn't the win just
Jason
yet.
number 20.
That will annoy him. Lost his last game 4-3.
Game
And this game is still cooking.
Brandon.
3-1 it is. Roman being forced to serve it out.
First. Game on. $85.
Do you subscribe to the notion that this is the best series of the year? Because usually when we get towards the end of
46.
the calendar year, we tend to attract some people who have done very well in affiliate tours like Dart Players Australia, Dart Players New Zealand, CDC, Nordic and
57.
Baltic.
There's certainly more weight put on the last series of a year. And as you mentioned, the other thing as well is because you've got things like the
60.
Grand Slam on, and well, to be a fly on the wall.
That looks like the cover of an AC/DC album.
An ADC album, they created a track.
180.
I meant to say AC/DC. I've said ADC so many times this year.
And we'll be saying it some more later on this year
140.
because we'll be doing the Global
Jason number
Championship together.
124.
What's Brandon up to here? Bull for 3-2 down.
99. Brian number 107.
Forget about the big flies. It's big fish time.
Beautifully situated for another. The bullseye. The Riddler, Kate so close to wheeling it in.
Jason number 125.
He's had match darts in 2 legs.
Game shot
There
the
needs to
fifth
be
leg.
another leg.
Jason Brandon.
Feels like Roman is batting his head against the door and nobody's answering the
Fifth
call.
leg, it's Jason to throw first. Game on.
Looks a little bit shell-shocked as well, doesn't he? Heads back to the drinks table. Looks like the stuffing's just been taken out of him a little bit. But yeah, go back
100.
to the notion of what you were saying a moment or two ago. Because you've got things like the Grand Slam on, obviously the World Championship approaches, you're going to have players making
59.
the travel over to the UK that wouldn't make the travel over to the UK at any other point of the year to play in major events. Obviously, we don't have the straggle over anymore, so as good as it is that we finish the year off and we wrap the year up with something tangible, we're not diluting one series one side of the year into the other. The one thing you do lose is maybe players that are going to travel a little bit later to play in it. But that's really the only thing you do tend to lose.
100.
Yeah, I think last year Gigi Mathers was desperate to play here. But unfortunately, because of the way it works now with
41.
things finishing up at the end of November, it was just didn't work.
Well, the only good thing we do have now is because the World Masters is in January, we can kind of maybe tie up a trip with that because you do
50.
get players from America. I believe the DPA have a spot in the World Masters as well.
There's a lot going on down under.
40. Jason Iroquois, 160.
There's a lot going on in this game.
$118.
Is really good. This game could have been done 4-0.
99. Jason Iroquois,
Now
42.
we're staring at 3-3.
Well, today has been a day littered with
26.
players coming back from behind. But is this comeback attempt
Brian Iroquois,
a valiant one in
82.
vain for Jason Brandon as the man looks at 82?
Biggest finish of the match is 32. You know as well as we
54.
do, Brian, that
Jason
you did
Iroquois,
the wrong
16.
thing there. And you
Games on
paid the
sick
penalty.
flag, Jason Brandon.
When will people get the message? When you're trying to win a match,
7th and final
go
against
for the
Brian to
big
go
number.
first. Game on.
5th consecutive game to go to a last leg decider.
92.
If someone came up to you, Henry, and said, I'm going to give you £100
100.
or a mystery box, and anything could be in that box, from £1 million
100.
down to just a piece of plastic, what would you do?
$41.
You're running out of time. Now, my reasoning for asking you that question is, what do you think Brian would do?
Oh, he's going in the mystery box.
He's going for the box. He is a gambler. He's very much a, I don't care if that single's there. I want that treble.
He'd be the type that goes on Deal or No Deal and say, I'll just take whatever's in my box. I will not
140.
be dealing with the banker.
99.
That's back on TV and all.
To his credit, he's just left 170 again. One of the shots that has been missed for this match. And Jason can't leave
Brian
it.
Iroquois, 107.
So Roman doesn't have to go for this now.
100.
But this time, looking to mop it up, having made a bit of a hash of clearing this game up before.
On a 70
51.
checkout.
Brian Iroquois, 70.
Same approach. Same treble.
Game
Different result.
shot and the
Look at
man,
that expression from the
Brian
Riddler.
Roman.
He could have won it by 4-0. He could have won it 4-1. He could have won it 4-2. I think he's just glad leaving the stage that he's won it. That was one of the most topsy-turvy games we've had all day, but Roman gets it, and he is now very much in the fold on 6 points.
So here we go then. This is what we have seen on this Monday as we enter the final round of fixtures here on Pluto TV. Before the break, Brian O'Man got the better of Jason Brandon by 4 legs to 3. And this is how the table looks as we go into our final 3 games of the day. Brian O'Man and Alex Spellman both on 6 points respectively. Jasper Scarrett and Stein de Klerk both on 4. And in this uniform table, it's Jason Brandon and Carl Gabriel on 2 points. And this is how this table is just so magical, because the top 2 play in the last round, the middle 2 play in the last round, and the bottom 2 play in the last round. But we're going to go in a weird order, because we're going to go middle, bottom, top. So this is game number 13. It's between Jasper Scarrett in 3rd, Stein de Klerk in 4th. The winner will end their day on 6 points. They will be tied for 2nd position in the group with the loser of the Spellman-Roman game that comes up to end our session. Perhaps appropriate, because that will then open up proceedings on Tuesday morning here at the
First
Live
leg, it's
Lounge.
Jasper to throw first.
2 debutants, and 2 debutants who have impressed.
Did you just put an extra bit of sass on that word débutant?
It's not cool grip.
100.
Curiously, this is a bit of a weird table. And just to prove it, Jason Brandon has got the best average of the day, and he's
100.
5th in the table. Just over 90. But maybe skewed by the fact that he averaged 100 in his first game. But it is still a bit weird.
41.
Well, it's kind of been too good, too bad, if you get what I mean, for Jason Brandon so far. He's had the average of a ton. He's had an average of 95, but the bits
100.
either side, they've not been bad, but they have been vulnerable. 82 averages in both of those other games.
And one thing we do know is that the last game
60.
of today's action live on Pluto TV will tell us who's leading going into tomorrow.
$81.
And of course, it is all about making a move, isn't it? Although this is anything but deadline day here at the Live Lounge in
140.
Portsmouth.
We have a deadline day every Friday.
$60. Jasper, you require 160.
These guys are following each other in the table and in this leg.
Ironically for us, the transfer window is
41.
usually in January every year,
Stein
because
number
Q-School comes and
160.
goes. We lose players, gain players, and then hope that come the end of the window we finish stronger than we started.
60. Jasper, you require 190.
And we're not in control of who's playing here and who's not, because the destiny of where players are lies with them, like it does with Premier League footballers these days.
And in some weird way, you actually well, not in a weird way.
42.
We want
Steiner
our
require
stronger
100.
players to go on and make that move to the next level.
That's
It shows
correct.
that everything works.
Absolutely. Well said. Tops.
80.
That was very well thrown.
Jasper, you require 77.
I get the feeling that if that marker wasn't there, that was in. I think that bounced off the barrel a bit too much.
58 remaining. Tops remaining.
37.
And still tops remaining.
Steiner
But
require
declare
20.
free in hand at double 10 to get an opening leg break. It's double 5.
Game
It's
shot
there.
the first leg.
And that
Stein de Klerk.
is a breaker throw for Stein de Klerk.
Second leg, it's Stein to throw first. Game on.
There's a very famous president in South Africa, wasn't there, called de Klerk? F.W. de Klerk. There's a great deal of significance between the
41.
area of the Netherlands and Belgium and South Africa, isn't there? When it comes to names and language.
It's interesting, actually. I was having this conversation with
60.
with Danny Van Tripe and Cameron Carolison when they were down here. And they were saying that actually Danny, being a native Dutch speaker, could understand a lot of
140.
Cameron when he was speaking it in Afrikaans, which is obviously the main language in South Africa, one of 11 languages actually in South Africa. And he said that there's certain bits that obviously will be bit between the lines, but there's so much similarity between the two languages, and obviously a lot of history between those nations.
Yeah, when you start to learn about how things have materialized in the world over the last 1,000 years, it's because of travel. Why do we have tea in this country? Because of travel. It's as simple as that. Why do they speak Portuguese in Brazil? Why is it called the West Indies? Because Christopher Columbus was looking for India.
42.
These things will tell you as to why people have certain names, certain languages.
81.
Some may say that that's possibly the next part of the world to really unearth a darting star, maybe out in the Caribbean. Obviously, we've seen players on that part of the world participate at the World Championships in recent years.
Well, we didn't get Rashard Sweeting here yet, which is a real shame.
98.
Do you know what? I made a proposition last week, and it was that possibly at an international pairs one time we do a rogue one-off rest of the world team.
140.
So you have a Rashad Sweeting paired up with another player from another nation.
And you call them Too Sweet.
56.
I mean, if it was Sweeting and Maturi, I think the internet would pop. Tops of 2-0. Is Declare popping and popping with some good stuff.
Third leg is Jasper to throw first. Game on.
The one thing about Belgium and the Netherlands, they love a K in a name, don't
59.
they?
Well, they actually do like a KLM in the Netherlands.
If you were going to do Scrabble for darts names, you'd pick Polish names and Dutch names and Belgian names because of Zs, Xs,
82,
and lots of Ks.
Of course, Welsh players are worth some names worth a lot on the scoreboard. Actually, there was something. It's not really a stat, but something that that I read yesterday because I'm very nerdy. Dominic Szoboszlai scored a free kick from exactly 30 yards out for
59.
Liverpool against Arsenal yesterday. Szoboszlai is 30 points on a Scrabble board.
That's nothing.
60.
Christoph, like Ratajski or Kachuk, that's 37. So beat that darting world. Can you think of a darting name that has more than 37 points?
58.
My word, we were bored one day in between sessions at the Euro Tour to figure that out.
Still not as low as the time we tried to create Thomas the Tank Engine characters for players.
That was good fun.
That was fun. Our producer wasn't quite happy with his mind.
That was all Thomas Banks' fault, wasn't it?
60. Stein, you require 141.
Oh, this is for 3-0. Just wonder if Scarrett is starting to run out of steam here.
41.
Now, to me, Stein looks fine. He looks like he could go again.
Well, he converses around the same sort of arenas that Jimmy Van Schie and Danny Van Tripe play in. So, knowing the way that they play and the types of competitions they play closer to home, it doesn't surprise me that he's fresh right now. And he's hot right now as he piles in a ton.
Stein the Clerk.
And that is his first ton plus checkout of the day.
Stein to throw first. Game on.
If we were going to play a game of darting Guess Who here at the Modus Super Series,
60.
If you were to say, he's got glasses, he's got a beard, you might start thinking it's Martin Adams.
30.
But then if you say he's just taken out 100 on 2 double tops, you'd say, well, it's not Martin Adams, because Martin wouldn't do that.
100.
That's something we need to do. Darting Guess Who with Super Series players. That would be fun.
Only problem is, me and Matthew Edgar played a game at Champions
100.
Week, which is akin to it, and I think we're banned from ever playing games again.
I heard about that.
So yeah, that's our fault. Yeah, sorry. You'll see that. It was meant to be a 90-second short form TikTok video, and I've been rightfully informed this now a 15-minute YouTube video.
100.
The clerk does not want this to last any longer than it has to. And the way he's going about it,
100.
this could be over in about 10 minutes. On your debut day, if somebody was to hand you, you'd win more games than you lose, you'd say, yes, please. Someone is about to get that.
Someone's going to have a very positive debut day. In fact, I think both players will take a lot from their debut experience here. Neither player have done anything but... Well, they've definitely not disgraced themselves. They've certainly shown they've got ability, and they've certainly got room to manoeuvre. And if one of them was to drop into Group C, they'd be the type of player that you wouldn't be surprised if they snuck through and got through to Saturday.
Speaking of sneaking through, he doesn't quite get to the treble 18. He remained hopeful until the referee gave the call.
54. Jasper,
So Scarrett 74 to break back and to reduce the gap to 3-1. We've seen this story a couple of times today. Double top. Squeezes it in. Nestles it in to the bottom right-hand corner. Back to 3-1.
Fifth leg, it's Jasper to throw first. Game on.
There goes the idea of a 4-0 victory. But we're more likely to see 4-3 now than any other result. Six games today have gone the distance, showing you just how close these players actually are. Debut or no debut, these two have caused problems for everybody else, and they might be causing problems for each other now.
81.
That was the first maximum of this match.
Now, it's the first time that we've seen Stein de Klerk on the stage, but it may not be the last because he's in a provisional position to play at the ADC Global Championship because of his positioning on the ADC European Western Order of Merit.
What's he got to do?
He's got to get into the top 5. He's currently 4th. He's got a bit of a buff on Ricardo Ham. Now, Timothy Verbrew in 6th place. I only know because I got this information last week of a Danny Van Tripe. Is set to lose 150 points because of his season last season. And so Stein probably is going to be in. And it's probably going to be a race between Ricardo Ham and his twin brother Wesley Van Tripe for the final spot. Wesley, who's older than Danny by 1 solitary minute.
Game
yeah, that'll get it done. It took a while, but it's now 3-2. He has been asking the referee a lot of questions today, has Jasper. I don't think he's the most adept at counting. But to his credit, if you're not, that's what the referee's for.
100.
And we do see it for players where sometimes if they're not naturally the best mathematically, what they can figure out and they can work out is patterns of play.
100.
So if it's got a 7 on the end, right, I'll go for this or that. Or if I'm in this position, I know where to go here and there. And sometimes if that's not your strength, you've got to simplify your plays.
60.
And if you're stuck, you ask the ref. And that's exactly what he's done. Nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, just one more thing on that ADC Western Order of Merit. Jamai van den Herik at the top. He is playing some seriously good stuff right now.
Well, that actually his position could drop down one because he's in a provisional position for Alexandra Palace, which would effectively make him ineligible to play in the competition, which means that it'd go down to the next player,
40.
Depending on how Jamai does in the final round of Challenge Tour events this year.
Yeah, that's why we can only speculate as to who could be in said tournaments. Because there are so many organisations and there are people biting at more than one apple. They're looking at Lakeside, they're looking at Ali Pali, they're looking at ADC Global, and you can't play in them all.
78.
We'll give you a look at the runners and riders in the next game for that particular Global Challenger, because that's going to end our year here at the Live Lounge.
60.
I suppose it's become the Super Series showpiece event, or the Pluto TV showpiece event, definitely. 60 bags for the winner. De Klerk looking to be the winner of this one. Ton for the match.
100.
He is going to get a shot this time.
60.
He will not believe how close he's just been. Look on the bright side. He will return. He's quite expressive, isn't he?
60.
The best way to express yourself, win your third game.
For 6 points overnight. And for 3 wins on his debut day.
20.
But opportunities have come and gone for Stein de Klerk. And so, Scarrett looking for 1-2-2. How much of that could he see? Enough. Bullseye. Well, that would have been some way to have saved his gimp.
Steiner required 20.
He hasn't missed this time. And it's a pretty decent debut day for Stein de Klerk. 3 wins from 5. And I think he's rather pleased. He's got every license to feel that way. At times that game was a bit tough. He could have won it by a margin. In the end, by 2, he will take it for a 4-2 victory.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Stein Declare got the better of Jasper Scarrett by 4 legs to 2. Game 14 is a meeting between Jason Brandon and Carl Gabriel, both completing their days. The winner will end up on 4 points. The loser will have just 1 win from 5. And I don't think anybody would be scarcely believing that fact when Jason Brandon got the better of Alex Spellman by 4 legs to 0 in his opening game of the day with an average of 100.2. But since then, things have gone south for the man from Tennessee. He takes on Carl Gabriel, the man from South Africa, in his final match of the day.
I'm going to test your American history now.
57.
Brandon did win his first game of the day, but since then it's gone south like Sherman.
45.
Look it up.
$58.
I suppose you would say that Brandon lives in the deep south.
60.
That's what it was all about, the American Civil War, wasn't it? Everything north and south of the Mason-Dixon line.
Well, Jason's travel over here hadn't exactly
95.
been plain sailing. Now, he took a connecting flight to meet up with Alex Spellman. It was a direct flight from Alex's
59.
part of the world to the United Kingdom.
So Alex usually comes here from Charlotte.
I believe so, yeah. So there's a direct flight.
96.
So Jason's flown from there to Alex, and then they've both flown together to the UK. Now, the flight to Heathrow, absolutely fine. However,
43.
on the flight beforehand, Jason Brandon's luggage got lost on the connecting flight. And it did not arrive until 4:30 on Thursday afternoon before they were meant to play at 10 o'clock in the international pairs.
Yeah, that's
48.
not ideal. Just a little bit of advice for anybody who's planning on travelling for darts, or indeed for any other reason.
100.
If you can go direct,
147.
go direct. The amount of times that people lose their luggage because of connections is about 3 times as likely
81.
as if you didn't go direct. So it's just one of those things. If you can go direct, go direct.
Obviously, some flights where that's impossible. I know,
100. Jason
speaking to
McGuire,
Scott
66.
Mitchell, that they've had to get a connecting flight to go to Seoul in South Korea, but it's a bit different when you're going to
Game shot on the first leg.
certain parts of the
Jason
world
Brandon.
as Jason Brandon leads 1-0 because it's just not a direct flight.
Second leg, it's Cole to throw first. Game on.
I don't mean to go on about... There was no direct flight to Seoul, South Korea.
It's what I've been told. Yeah, they've had to
60.
stop off somewhere which is ironically very, very close. Or maybe not on, because they're travelling on the Sunday. Maybe on that particular
140.
day there's not a... I don't know.
Call me a prima donna, but I wouldn't put up with that. I'd go straight... I'd demand a direct flight.
100.
Well, you'd have to be selected first.
All right, steady on. Although I have seen somebody fly to Australia and have 3 connections.
60.
Because Australia, usually the stop-off is Singapore. Now, Singapore to South Korea
100.
is not far at all. Or am I completely off?
Well, essentially, if you want to fly to Singapore, you've got to fly past Korea of sorts.
59.
It's just one of those places you really want to fly direct. If you fly to Japan, you want to go direct.
100.
Bit like Real Madrid, they'll be flying direct to Almaty in Kazakhstan in the Champions League.
Yeah, it's almost in China, isn't it?
It's less than 100 kilometres from the Chinese border.
94.
I think it might be closer to 50.
Oh, you're 101.
Gabriel's closer to the finishing mark in leg 2 than Chattanooga's finest.
44.
'Cause that's where he was born.
148.
Lives in Cowan now. He's not going to take 148 out. Been a frustrating day for Brandon. If he walks away with 2 wins, he'll feel just that little bit better about himself. Double top for Gabriel.
Game shot on the second.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, Gabriel.
Yep, clever we are. One apiece in this contest.
So leg it's Jason to throw first.
You fly to South Africa,
Gabriel.
for instance. You can go direct from the UK. Most popular stopover is Dubai.
57. $140.
These are the things you really learn when you travel a lot with this sport. Well, Jason actually did play some PDC darts in 2009.
100.
They held the US Open at the Holiday Inn in Atlanta that year. It was like a Players Championship event. It was
85.
made to look more grand by having the US Open tag, but they also played a Players Championship the next day. That US Open in 2009 was won by Dennis Priestley.
A tournament they could have played at a hotel, a motel, but they played it at the Holiday Inn.
$60.
Actually, that hotel was spitting distance from the Olympic Stadium in Atlanta from 1996. And Turner Field, where the Atlanta Braves play their baseball.
96, was that the one Michael Johnson won gold?
Indeed.
45. Jason, you require 100.
Didn't leave anybody shortchanged that week, did he?
I was going to say, actually, I'm glad we didn't mention the
44.
Olympics in Seoul because we couldn't really talk about the 100 metres final that year.
Yeah, it was ultimately won by Carl Lewis, wasn't it?
97.
Dirtiest race in history, wasn't it? Or something like that.
That's what it was
Jason,
called.
you require 116.
116 here for Jason Branton to get his nose in front 2-1. Treble leaves himself tops. Unable to get, and so Gabriel back for 74 to get the breaker to put himself 2-1 to the good.
Carly requires 74.
That's a great pick-up of the last start. Gabriel is sticking around here. Tops again. His game is all about tops. That's what we've learned today. And if we may be frank, he's rather good at it.
For some people, having a partner can take a weight off the
134.
shoulders. For some, having a partner can add an extra tag of pressure. And I think we've proven today that Carl Gabriel has found real
99.
substance in solidarity or solidity or whatever you call it on the stage. It's game 14.
60.
Well, you're right, though. He does seem to have a bit more freedom for whatever reason. It might be because he's playing solo, but it might also be because he's had a couple of days on that stage last week to feel it out.
And actually, you can also make the point as well. He's had a couple of days on the stage, but because he didn't qualify for the Saturday, he's had a couple of days off. So he's kind of had the best of both worlds.
137.
And as much as he would have wanted to have won the title for South Africa, from a selfish perspective, not qualifying through the Saturday may not be the worst thing to help his campaign here this week.
140. Oh, you're 170.
Look at what he's doing to one of America's best here. He's reeling him in.
100.
I don't know how he's got that dot in there. That had to be so precise to get underneath both of the blockers.
130.
I think at this rate, Jason's just going to have to chalk Monday up to being really frustrating. That's a bad dart. And that is a silly one. What are you doing?
Well, that is nothing short
28.
of an unforced
Jason,
error.
147.
I think he's miscounted. He thought he left himself 32 as opposed to 42. It's double 10 for 2-2.
37.
The man who's won the choo-choo.
42.
Is he getting away with it?
10.
Oh, that third dart had
Jason,
absolutely no right to go on the 32.
10.
It was completely shut off.
Game shot on the fourth there.
Nothing wrong with
Jason
that.
Brandon.
That is a freebie. That shouldn't have happened, and he knows it.
Fifth leg against Jason to throw first.
Jason's very experienced in this
Game on.
sport, and even he's thinking, hang on, when he's got 64, what is he doing going for a treble 16 when I'm on 47?
But you've got to exploit that in terms of it possibly being him having a moment of madness and thinking, right, he's not 100% there. I've got to go in for the kill.
Well, here's the thing, Henry. When people come here,
100.
we want to give them a vehicle to improve. If Gabriel wants to get better, he can't do that. He might think by my tone of voice that I'm being harsh here. I'm not. I would gladly walk on that stage and show Gabriel why doing that was all wrong. It's a fundamental error. And if he is to get better, he can't do that.
85.
Anybody who has had mentors in this sport, they've had their knuckles wrapped a couple of times,
Jason, you're
saying,
136.
don't do that, do this. And you learn from the mistakes you make.
Don't watch that, watch this. And Cole Gabriel looking to go one step beyond his
96.
efforts of last week and making it through to Saturday night. It was a moment of madness, and he may be made to pay for it.
Jason, you're 140.
Tots are 3-2. This game has turned right around.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
14 data,
Jason
moment of
Brandon.
quality. In a game which, if we're going to be perfectly honest, at times has lacked it.
Fifth leg, it's Cole to throw first. Game on.
It's still an average of 87 to 88 here for Brandon.
100.
This is the kind of player he is. It still looks a bit sketchy, but it's statistically all right.
55. 100. $99.
Who's got the advantage now?
131.
Easy to think that maybe we're going to go the distance again. And to be fair to Gabriel, he's done that right.
95. Carly require
Maybe it was just a
170.
moment of madness and nothing more than that. This would be a moment of magic. But he cannot find the second treble 20.
105.
You've got to leave a finish here.
96.
He has.
Carly requires 65.
Looks more likely to be 4-3 this one instead of 4-2. That is a lovely find from Gabriel. And we do go the distance. In the battle of the bottom two, now this leg will tell us, potentially, who finishes in the basement overnight.
$96.
And it would be incredibly harsh on Jason Brandon if it was to be him. When you think about the numbers prior to this round, he had the highest running average of the day. And I know averages
53.
pick up trophies. But in terms of the performances he's put in, game out, he has not been the worst player in this group.
No, he hasn't.
81.
But we have seen it before, haven't we? Where the person at the bottom of the table has had the highest average for the day. Wouldn't be the first time.
100.
5 games is a lot of action. It's a lot of legs. You could have a blistering display once, but then have 4 okay
96.
performances while other people are doing strange other things. That's the kind of day we've had.
Well, think about Shane
100.
McGurk at Champions Week a few weeks ago, averages 113, 112, 2 top 10 Champions Week averages and didn't even make it through.
Case in point.
And now has been dumped out the Ireland team
94.
because O'Shea and Heenahan have won it.
Yeah, but they could have 2 teams, maybe 3, and still
100.
compete.
Jason, you require
There's a few countries that could have that. I don't think you've got the strongest version of the Welsh team either. Because there's a certain Derek Coulson knocking on that door.
94.
Yeah, good darts from Brandon.
Charlie record 148.
He'll expect to be back. And he will come back. He's 50% on doubles
85.
to this point. That would be good enough to win this
40.
game.
Double top for 4-3 win. It's now double 10. 5s.
35.
Inside. That
Record
has
63.
been the difference. His scoring power and prowess today, Jason Brandon, can only be commended. But it's been those situations where sometimes he's been found wanting. And Carl Gabriel picks the pieces up. Jason Brandon, after that 100.2 average in his opening game against Alex Spellman, will be scratching his head wondering how he's bottom of the table and how that's his only win. He's played well all day. But Carl Gabriel picks his pocket and ends the day on 4 points. The final game will determine who's going to top the group as Spellman takes on the man. The winner moves on to 8.
$54. Charlie require 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Final game will determine who will finish the day at the top of the Group A table. It's a meeting between Alex Spellman and Brian Roman. Both players on 6 points following their first 4 games. Both players have been impressive in patches today. Brian Roman has been fully focused on the task ahead of him, whereas Alex Spellman has just been reliable and dependable. Lost his first game 4-0 to Jason Brown, who averaged 100.2 against him, but from that point onwards, he's kind of been rock solid. He's not really gone into levels which you would say are exactly spellbinding, but they've been solid enough to get the job done against the opposition that he was up against at that time.
Well, what does this tell you then? Because Spellman's best average came in a 4-0 defeat
60
at the start of the day. Since then, he's been grinding. If he finishes above Brian today,
140.
he will think that that isn't fair. If you were to look at the way these two have played without looking at stats all day long, you would swear that Brian is streets ahead of everybody else, because he's been the most explosive player.
58.
But you have to understand that darts is complicated. And that recent defeat for Roman to Gabriel in game number 8, that was pretty much the game that shows you what today's been all about. A game he shouldn't have lost. He could have won at 4-0 and he ended up losing at 4-3.
And he would have been in a position here to have completed the card if he wasn't able to succumb to that particular slip-up. So, Spellman, 82 to take out the opening leg of this encounter. It's going to be one solitary dart at the bullseye. Sorry, tops, shall I say.
First leg, Alex Spellman.
Tops goes 1-0. Flying start
Second
for
leg
Spellman.
Brian to throw first.
Yeah, no flies on him. And that's the reason, isn't it, why
60.
Roman lost that game with Gabriel. Didn't have the darts on the last leg. But he missed numerous match darts over a couple of legs.
55.
And was pegged back and ultimately beaten. He's in a similar position here. He's lost the first leg, so he has to break Spellman at some point. It's not the kind of pace that Brian will be licking his lips at. Alex is very deliberate.
But it goes back to that word that we've mentioned all day, patience.
71.
And this will be the biggest example of that here.
And look at what Roman's just done. He's recognised he's on 320. He's hit bull to leave 270.
36.
That's really smart. I mean, I know it's flamboyant, but it makes sense.
And actually, he hits the ton to leave the 170. But actually, when you boil it down, 90% of the things that he does, yes, it looks maverick, but actually there is a mathematical reason as to why he does it.
Absolutely.
83.
And that last dart he's
Brian
just
required
planted into
170.
60 was ridiculous. Just like that one.
88.
In sport, they talk about the extra 1%.
45. Brian
And Brian Man's counting, well, it almost counts for 5% extra because it could dig itself out of holes. Double 16.
50.
That's his way on 82.
I don't agree with it. He looks like a genius if he hits it. But what if he leaves... What if he hits the bullseye?
9.
And leaves 7.
Brian McGuire, 32.
The margins between Genius and Madness.
Game shot on the second
That's a
egg.
level
Brian
game, 1-1.
Third egg, it's
Maybe
Alex
that's why
to
they
throw
call him the
first.
Riddler.
Game.
Because there is a fine line between madness and genius. I told you this before, haven't I? The real name of the Riddler in Batman is
96.
Edward Nigma. Enigma. He is an enigma.
But has he got the
60.
code to crack on the opening day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth? 3 legs away from top of the table with 8 points overnight.
You can imagine
58.
Brian playing here at Halloween, can't you? Strolling onto the Yockey in his Jim Carrey Riddler outfit. Throwing a couple of laugh bombs left and right going, yeah.
Well, this now leads to a game, which we haven't got very long to play. But who would play on a Halloween night? So, Raman, Prince of Darkness, Ashley Coleman.
140.
The Joker, obviously.
So, John O'Shea.
Get Freddy Krueger over from America.
180.
Jim McEwen, Chucky.
Good call.
We've got room for one more. But we'll find out more about that in the next leg because Raman, with back-to-back 180s, has left himself on 81 after 9 to get the break.
Double 18.
Game shot on the third.
That's what he does.
Brian Raman.
Quick, fire,
Full flag, it's
brilliant.
Brian to throw
And
first.
Alex Spellman could only shake his head in the background.
So which names have you got?
So we've got Raman, Coleman, O'Shea, and McEwen so far.
125.
That's 4, right?
Yes.
So we need 2 more for a very frightful Halloween day of darts.
100.
Like I said earlier, just get Jason Brandon back. Stick a Jason mask on him
57.
from Friday the 13th.
$54.
You've got me stumped. Do you know that?
Because Spivey
60.
Man doesn't exist.
Stop with the Spivey Man.
$59.
Nigel Hayden, The Undertaker.
Oh, good shout.
Good darts.
180.
Averaging now 97. Alex Spellman's just beginning to run out of steam as the day comes to a close. 79 for a man to
140. Brian
open
McCoy,
up a
79.
3-1 lead. It will put him one away from victory. 20 for tops. Tops it is.
59.
Not quite 3-1 yet.
He was on the walk there on dart 3.
148.
So he's not the only person today who's been guilty of that. It's cost him a 3-1 lead, but at least he's getting another look. It
50.
is the biggest
Brian
bad
McCoy,
habit
20.
of all dart players on the planet.
Game
He
shot
doesn't
on
need dart
four,
3 this
Brian
time.
Raman. Fifth leg, it's Alex to throw first. Game on.
3-1 the man and a leg away. I haven't got a player's name, but I haven't got a player, but I've got a name you can change into for the Halloween night. Andreas Skerrison.
No, I'm not having it. No, I'm going with Dragutin Horvat. Blah, blah, blah.
I do not say blah, blah, blah.
Exactly. Dragutin Horvat.
$60.
I reckon we should get Paul Hinks to referee it because I'd love to see Paul Hinks in a Halloween costume.
Yeah, wouldn't take much to make him look like Uncle Fester. Just give him a light bulb and a
58.
black cloak.
And it also means we'll have the long-awaited return of Curse Murphy.
180.
This really has been a good display from Bryant. He's averaging 15 points more than Spellman. Every now and again, you'll see a performance where someone might even be in front with the inferior average. It doesn't look like it in this one.
64.
Control from first dart to last.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, Bryant's had 8 darts at a double. Alex has had 1. That tells you the story. Now, it's 132. If Spellman wasn't on a finish, you know what he was going to try. But because he's on one, he's got to win this game. And he doesn't get a shot at the bull to win it.
60. Alex, you require 85.
So 85 to reduce the gap to 3-2. Treble 15 leaves double top.
Game shot
And
the
that
fifth
double
leg.
top
Alex Spellman.
means that Brian the Man is forced to serve this match out.
6th player against Brian to throw first. Game on.
We had some great names on that Halloween special. I was Henry Demon. You had Glenn Draculant.
Well, you're about as demonic as a bowl of cornflakes.
59.
What was Glenn's?
Glenn Draculant.
100.
We can do better than that.
$81.
Yeah, Brian might be thinking to himself, he could have done better than that, but he'll take it. That is the dart that Alex has been trying to erase all day.
70.
And it's happened twice. If that turns up again tomorrow and Wednesday, he doesn't win this group. Not for me.
119.
1-2-2 left to win it 4-2. Really good display this from Bryant. Really good game this.
100.
In this spot, he really should start on bull.
122.
Never question what Roman does next.
Because anything's possible with him.
60.
Exactly. I mean, he shouldn't really be leaving himself on 62 here. He should be sitting on 57 or better. But he's going to back himself.
As you mentioned, the big difference is 57 single to leave a dart at tops.
159.
And he's only going to get potentially 1 here. And if he doesn't take, Spellman's got 3 in hand. But he only needed the 1 to wrap the match up in any instance. A 4-2 win for Brian O'Man. He ends the day with 8 points to his name. And he ends the day top of the pile. He gets the better of Alex Spellman by 4 legs to 2. Average of 90.5. 4 for 9 on the doubles. 4 180s in the contest. Reaction and analysis to come after the break. So the first day of Series 12 has come and gone, and before the break we saw Brian O'Man ascend to the top of the table courtesy of a 4-2 victory over Alex Spellman. This is how the table looks following the end of the first day's worth of play. It is O'Man that leads the way. Alex Spellman and Stein de Klerk both on 6 points. Carl Gabriel and Jasper Scarrett on 4. Jason Brandon, having won the first game with an 100 average, is bottom of the table. That was the only win he got throughout the course of the day. That was despite actually winning 15 legs. And you can see from the bottom to the top, Paul Nicholson with me in the studio, just 4 legs separating the top player from the bottom player in terms of the legs won. That was how close the day was.
Yeah, it was close. There were a lot of games that went 4-3, especially in that second third. So you're trying to get some sort of positioning in the table. And for a lot of these players, it was a debut day, so they didn't really know how they were feeling, and they were trying to figure out what was going on. But the fact that it was so close, I'm not surprised by that, because I didn't think there was a clear favourite for this group at the start. I think we might have one now, though.
And that clear favourite's Brian O'Man, who from the first start to last just looked on it today, didn't he?
Yeah, I like that we've put that. He was on it. But what I like about what Brian's done recently is he's been very active. Maybe not too active either. He's been going to tournaments. He's been succeeding. So obviously his confidence is up. It's been built very, very well over the last couple of months since he made a final in the previous series. The fact that he's made that series final, I think it's taken a bit of pressure off him. I think he's come back here with a refreshed attitude. And even when things were a bit sticky today, he wasn't, because in previous times he's thrown his toys out of the pram. Today he wasn't doing that. He was very much up for the fight.
In terms of Alex Spellman, he's on 6 points. And in terms of his day-to-day, we saw some decent stuff from him, but maybe not his best yet.
Nowhere near his best. I think Alex is a great player, but he's definitely in a process of discovery right now. I said that at the top of the show. I think today proves it. He's got that drifting dart left. He's got to cure that. And some of his doubles were missed by quite some distance. So he's got a lot to fix, but he's got plenty of time to do it this week.
And the fact that both him and Jason, they both played, and actually Carl Gabriel as well, we should mention that. They played last week in the international pairs. Coming into this week, I suppose at the start of the week it's going to be real help for them. But does that also increase the importance of winning Group A to have those couple of days off because they've already played? Yeah, it does. You had Jimmy Van Schie and Danny Van Tripe sitting here on Wednesday afternoon last week, and you saw how Jimmy felt. He'd been really busy playing lots of different tournaments, and then he sat here and he said, I'm really glad I've got the 2 days off, because that way I can be refreshed for Saturday. Now, it didn't work out, but at the time, Jimmy and Danny were saying to each other, we need these 2 days off to be the best that we can be. So I think when you talk about the people that were here last week, if they can get those 2 days off, if someone like Jason or Carl or Alex can get the 2 days off, they might just be that extra bit dangerous on Saturday night. Stein de Klerk, really good day on his debut here. 6 points following the opening day's worth of action. He can be really pleased with what he's picked up. Yeah, because there's improvements to be found. I hate to say that about everybody who's played, but we've seen nowhere near the best from all of the players. We know there are other gears to find. But from de Klerk, I didn't really know what to expect today. What we saw at times was very promising. And for the rest of the week, I expect him to win some games. But I think the biggest tests for him will come against people who are perceived to be better than him. Someone like Spellman, Brandon, and of course, Roman. Is it fair to say it's going to be a bit of a head-scratcher for Jason Brandon overnight? Just a little. I mean, the first game was brilliant. It was really tidy scoring-wise. It could have been a bit better than the 100.2 that it ended up being. His doubles were exceptional. And at that point, you're thinking he's going to be the man to beat today. But then for the rest of the day, he found himself, if he was a footballer, he's wandering around the pitch and he wasn't being thrown the ball. It's as simple as that. He's walking away frustrated, and how he's on only 2 points, only he will know. Just finally, your overall thoughts and observations of the day as a whole? Interesting, to say the least. I'm really keen to see the reverse fixtures tomorrow. I wouldn't be surprised if Brandon has the best day out of everyone. Bit weird, but good weird. So that's how it looks overnight. Brian O'Man is leading the way, 2 points clear of Messrs Spellman and de Klerk at the top of the table. Well, Nico, thank you for your company as ever. Really do appreciate it on this Monday. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV. between now and tomorrow's action. The Break of Throw series features Raymond van Barneveld. That's going to be dissected by Glenn Durran. That's coming up in a few moments' time. And then a brand new series, Murph Meets. And yes, he paid all of £2.50 for those shades as he meets Adrian Jackpot Lewis. That is coming up later on today from 6:10. And then Brian O'Man is the player at the top of Group A. Eyes on, fully focused and locked into the task. That gets back underway tomorrow from 9:30. And then the hurly-burly goes around once again. It was Jess Smith that lifted that particular trophy in Series 11, getting the better of Jimmy Van Schie in the final. And we begin the quest to find out who the 12th Champions Week winner is going to be on Saturday night from 7:30 p.m. And this time round, we're going to be playing the series all the way through. There's no gaps, no stoppages, no specials weeks in the middle. It is 13 weeks to determine the winner. It really is a marathon here in Portsmouth this time around. But following the first day's worth of action, it is the Belgian Brian O'Man that leads the way, having won 4 out of his 5 matches. He's going to take some stopping, but Spellman will be looking to put a spell on him tomorrow. For all of us here, take care. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Bye-bye for now.
The new Modus Super Series champion. Yes! What a finish! The silencer, Jeff Smith! And it is... That shot wins week 6! Maximum checkout. He's done it!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!